Alright guys, BLM here, back with another live stream. Again, quickly changing the category, but we have so much to talk about. So yeah, starting Ezio Collection playthrough that I typically do once a year. So yeah, why not? We're doing that now. Gonna do AC3 afterwards because gotta do, I have to, but I want to do a retrospective on it, so that is currently planned in terms of the game we're playing. But yeah, I mean, we have so much to talk about. I mean, obviously Celebrity Big Brother finale was tonight, during which we got the BB Can 10 cast, which I have actually not looked at too much yet. I have not read any of the bios, watched any of the videos. I made the thumbnail for the cast assessment. I got all the images. So, yeah. I did that. I think what we're gonna do actually, maybe like after the initial talk of like everything, I think we'll actually read the bios on stream. I think I might as well do that just because like, why not? Like I haven't done it yet, so we'll do that. I don't know when I'll watch the videos, but either way. Yeah, I mean, Kyle Moore is on the cast. That is hilarious to me. Like if you don't know, Kyle Moore was. Kyle Moore, there is a Kyle Moore that was on BB Can 9, but yeah, I mean, like when he initially got announced, people thought it was this other Kyle Moore, and now that Kyle Moore is actually on the show. So that's funny. Do I just replace this one? I guess I do, because this is the one I did last year. Yeah, so this is actually, again, this is a yearly tradition I do, is play this game. Well, the trilogy, and actually the first ever stream series I did on Twitch was me playing this last year, which I'm doing this 2 months earlier this time, but whatever. Let's do it. So yeah,
My name is
Amazing Race. I watched the Amazing Race. It was really boring.
Never knew existed.
Like I felt like it was so obvious. Like that was gonna be non-elimination. Oh fuck! Did I accidentally skip it? God damn it! Whatever. So yeah, I mean, it's whatever. Excited for, quote unquote, excited for finale. I mean, as excited as I can be for Amazing Race. I mean, I'll be honest again. Amazing Race isn't really like my number one show or anything, but it should be an interesting finale. I think definitely, again, Raquel or Kayla, Kim or Penn. It's one of the two. I kind of am, like, again, I was pretty high on Raquel and Kayla after the last episode. I feel like this episode, in my opinion, went a little bit down just from the fact that they won this leg, which I was kind of expecting them to be like one of these teams that doesn't win a leg until the final one, and now that they've won this one, it kind of makes me think like, okay, well then maybe it's just a boring Kim and Penn win. But we'll see. Ryan Dusty are not winning though. I mean, I say that, and I mean, who knows? Maybe they will win. But yeah, like, I feel like for taking this purely from an Edgic standpoint, like I think it's Raquel and Kayla. But again, Amazing Race doesn't really follow Edgic, so whatever. Oh, is that the case? Todrick canceled all of his exit interviews? That's funny. Which I guess we should talk about Celebrity Big Brother. Yeah. I mean, predictable finale. Everyone knew. I will say that, again, there's been some criticism on the finale in terms of it being shorter because of that. Like, we missed out on jury questionings and stuff. Like, I don't care. Like, I thought it was better for it, personally. I mean, like, yes, I think with this situation it probably would have been better just because, like, we would have seen Todrick struggle with answering the questions, and that would have been fun. And to see, like, the jury just scoff at him, that would have been fun. But, like, outside of that, it's like, if this was any normal season, I think it's probably for the better at this point. I mean, it's just a waste of time. Like, the jury questions mean nothing. So it's like, I mean, if they're not going to do proper jury questions, which they're not going to. So it's like, it's better this way, to me, if this was a standard season. Yeah, Misha won quite a bit. Well, yeah, it's 4 HOHs, 2 vetoes. But again, like, the thing is, that's not that impressive to me, considering she's, like, again, she's like this professional athlete competing against D-list celebrities that are in their 40s and 50s, while she's like one of the youngest people on the cast. Like, it's not surprising that she was able to dominate the competitions. Now, like, the endgame ones that she won were like more mental comps, so at least that's something. but again, I mean, this is a cast that just didn't give a shit about the game, and no one cared to study their days. Only Misha and Todrick were the only ones that bothered to study days and that sort of stuff. So it's like, whatever. Like, to me, the comp run isn't that impressive.
And what shall we call you?
So yeah, whatever.
Ezio Auditori da Firenze.
Ryan for Amazing Race for a challenge spinoff. That'll be fun. I wouldn't be opposed to that. Even Dusty. I mean, like, Dusty... I mean, like, I at first I was thinking, okay, Dusty's a bit obnoxious. Now I'm kind of finding it humorous, like, how, like,
Let's go.
like, loud and reactive he is.
There isn't time, Desmond.
Yeah, we'll see. But yeah, I mean, like, Todrick canceling his exit interviews, that's not surprising. Again, like, I suspect he is not particularly happy right now. Where I rank Misha as a winner? Among celebrity, I guess number one. But that's more so because the other two are pretty mediocre.
Stay close.
But, like, I don't know. It's not like a... I mean, I'll talk about it in my review. Again, I did finish writing the review right before I started recording that. I don't find Misha's game that impressive. Like, I do think it was mostly Todrick.
Don't let them get away.
And, like, it's really, like, the impressive part of it is her winning comps that allowed, like, Todrick to do what he did. But it's, like, also, it's, like, again, it was, like, comps when she's, like, clearly the, like, most obvious person to win those comps. When, like, she has no real competition on the cast from a competition standpoint.
What about the cameras?
Jessica from BB Can is a big part of Bruno's Twitch community. That's cool. Yeah, again, like, I've seen the photos, and, like, I have I saw, like, the brief, like ages, occupation, that sort of stuff. I have not read the actual bios yet, which, again, I think we'll do in a bit here. So, again, no real winner pick or anything yet. I will, so, obviously, this Saturday will be my BB Can, BB Can cast assessment, and then what was it? I guess Celebrity Big Brother's on Wednesday, right? The review. So that's something. There's going to be a lot of BB Can trivia comps this season. In terms of what? In terms of, like, BB Can history, or are we just talking about, like, standard trivia comps?
Is that an Animus?
Yeah, there is another Calmore. That's fun. Again, it is the Calmore that the Twitter community thought was the real Calmore. Oh, fuck that. I fucked that up. Whatever. Yeah, this is the one that people thought was the real Calmore last year.
What do you think, Lucy?
So it should be interesting.
Lucy, what do they need with you?
Again, like, he was someone that did eventually interact with the RHAP community. Though, I've never had this happen to me in my entire life. I've never had the guards actually chase me. So that's kind of funny. Can you fight them? Okay, that was ridiculous. Whatever. Oh, yeah, I forgot about that. Yeah, on tomorrow will be the Australian Fire Mid-Season Power Ranking. Completely forgot about that. I did edit it and everything. So that'll be something as well.
How did you do that?
I don't know.
Let's go.
Yeah, he was playing Among Us with, on Bruno's stream. I think he also played Among Us with Puya, on the RGP stuff, so, again, like, he's there. It does make me question that, like, again, like, I was watching Taron Armstrong's stream, and he didn't know that he was going to be on, and didn't reach out for advice or anything, which, I don't know, questionable. Now, I mean, that doesn't mean that he didn't reach out to, like, BB Can people, but, like, people that were actually on the show, but, I don't know. We'll see how researched he is. I know he's someone that didn't know what the fuck the show was before, the stuff happened, so, I don't know how big of a fan he is now in terms of, like, how much he knows about the show at this point, but, it'll be interesting either way. Martin and Kevin are your rooting interests. Kevin is, like, the super fan that kind of, like, has a bit of Andy vibes, right? Yeah. And Marty's the older guy, right? Kind of reminds you of Andrew from... Yeah, I think that's a good comparison, too. Not necessarily good for his game, but a decent comparison.
Get in.
You're joking.
It's for your own protection.
Imagine if both Cal Moores are making All-Stars. I can assure you last season's Cal Moore is not making All-Stars. But it would be funny if both of them did. What I think is the real Cal Moore? They're both the real Cal Moore. Yeah, it's kind of weird though. And this is the first time this has ever happened, right? In any of like the major reality shows that we've had some of the same name. So that's kind of insane.
Thanks for that.
Though obviously this was like on purpose. Like it's not like they accidentally found this Cal Moore. Like obviously they like knew what happened last year and like picked him out because of that. But still,
we need your help.
I don't have a winner pick yet. I barely looked at the cast. Like just based on like the photos, Josh gives me a good vibe. But
what is it?
like I know nothing about him. He could be a fucking lunatic for all I know.
Every day, more of us die.
I still don't see how I fit in.
Can I remind you, Arlie?
Going to training.
Potentially, I feel like Arlie was more athletic though. I don't fucking know about like. All I'm seeing is this one cast photo, but like you don't see him that athletic. But then I guess Arlie kind of looked like a bit of a doofus in his cast photo too. So, Blood vs. Water. I mean, it's been whatever. I mean, yeah. I mean, the Ben boot was kind of obvious. I will say that the Croc vote, like again, did not surprise me by the time we got there. Obviously, like again, they very much. Is she waiting back here?
What? No.
Whatever.
No, you've seen me in action.
But either way, yeah, that was pretty foreshown by the end of it. But again, did not expect Croc to actually be the one, be one of the people that went home this week. I thought he would be like an early merge sort of boot. So yeah, a bit earlier than I expected.
My ancestor. What was his name? Ezio?
If you can follow in
Watch all the videos and you'll probably pick Josh or Tanisha. Yeah, by the way, Tanisha, I'm pretty sure she's an alternate, right?
You broke me out of Abstergo and brought me
because like if you notice, all the cast photos are the same except for Tanisha's. Is that how you pronounce it? Yeah, Tanisha. Yeah, like hers is like cropped differently.
Right.
So like I'm assuming she was probably an alternate.
Really?
But
You're sure?
I thought you'd be happy about this.
Is Mark winning AU? Wait for tomorrow.
I spent the whole ride over
I'll talk about it.
how I was going to convince you to do
I will say that this was not the greatest week for Mark. Even though I've been super, super high on Mark the entire season, in terms of him winning based on the edit, I do feel like this last week was like not ideal, but not game breaking. Yeah, I talk about that too. I talk about it in the video. It's insane that Mel got no confessionals despite the fact that she gets voted out and beats Ben in fire making. Like that is ridiculous, but whatever.
So this must be the infamous Subject 17.
Sam over Mark. I can see it, but like I'll talk about it tomorrow. I guess through that I essentially spoiled the video, but again, yeah, I mean, I talk about why. I still have Mark above Sam.
We've got everything set up and ready, Lucy. Just say the word and we'll get going.
Twins made the merge with one confessional between two. Yeah.
A parting gift from Abstergo.
I mean, the one like minor positive about Michelle, again something I talk about tomorrow, is that at least her confessional was like a good one. Like her confessional is one that like if it had been in the premiere, she would have probably been like pretty high up there in winner contention after the premiere, where she gets this confessional talking about how like she's gonna learn from Sandra and how she's like
hey, Desmond.
Like
what
was it? I don't know that, right? Essentially just learning from Sandra. But like I mean, that would have been a solid like confessional if that was like a confessional she got in the premiere. But it's episode what? Like it was episode 6 or 7, so it's like whatever.
The Templars might have deeper pockets than us, but they've got no ambition, no passion, no competitive edge. That's why, even with all
fuck, I've played this game way too much. Like I can really just quote this entire game pretty much. Actually, I don't know if I could anymore, but I definitely could have like a couple years ago.
I just need to make a few more.
But still, I do know quite a bit of the script still. It's so weird playing a game in 30 again.
Hey, listen. I just wanted to say...
I guess the recording's in 30, but considering I've been playing Horizon 60,
before.
and I've been playing most games I've been playing recently in 60, it feels weird to play a game in 30 again.
It's okay.
No.
Are there two non-binary?
Knowing that the Templars
Who's the other one? Like, I knew,
What's done is done.
is it Jay?
You're here now, and that's what matters.
Yeah, Jay. But, oh, is it Jessica, right? Yeah, maybe? Yeah, it is Jessica. Okay. Yeah, I did remember now. Yeah. So, that's something. First, right? I don't think we ever had two non-binary.
What's all this stuff for?
This stuff, Desmond. Oh, this stuff is nothing special.
Gino is your
This
Priest's
stuff
winner
is just
pick?
The stuff that keeps our operation.
I know nothing about him, but based on his
It
image,
requires a great
don't
deal
get
of
the greatest
concentration to
vibes.
keep it all moving, so you'll forgive me if I don't have.
I mean, should I go through the bios at this point? I feel like
Sean's in charge of maintaining our knowledge archives.
again,
It's like a digital
why not?
library.
Let's start it at
You'll be riding
least.
shotgun with
So again, alphabetical order
Plus
here.
anything of note. People,
Betty.
places, events, etc.
31.
You'll create database entries you can consult
House
for
Resources
additional
Manager, happily taken.
it's
That's
not
something.
just data
Strategies to find a group for people to connect with, probably on day 1 or 2. Killer Alliance, whatever, and standard stuff.
Risking their lives, little things like that.
She was selected because she has a quiet attitude and a really kind heart. That's why you think you were selected for BB Can? Really? Like, oh shit. Yeah. But, whatever. I mean, that's a terrible answer, but it doesn't really change much. What part of BB Can do you think will be the hardest? Slop, whatever. Want to be remembered as being loyal, hardworking, strong Ethiopian. She's Ethiopian? Okay. Thought the vibe I got, but whatever. Pet peeves, loud and open mouth chewers. Happy place, anywhere with my family and boyfriend. I mean, not the greatest vibes. Again, the fact that she's already talking about loyalty in her bio is not the greatest sign. Personal accomplishment she's the most proud of is applying to VV Can. Sure, I guess. Yeah, okay. Yeah, definitely not a winner pick there. Again, like I still need to watch the videos before I actually decide, but like that was pretty bad.
Just like Altair.
It's from the bleeding.
Let's see. All right, Gino,
More than your ancestors.
firefighter, single,
You're taking on their
28.
skills, too. In this case, Eagle Vision.
I think he was selected. Wait. Why do you think you were selected to be on BB Can 10? I think I was selected for what I can bring to the table.
An assassin?
No shit. What kind of answer is that?
Much better.
Having to deal with physical and mental challenges at work. Whatever. Charm the ladies. Thank God for that. Let's go in nice and soft. Analyze my competition, eliminate the weak links, build a solid alliance within different groups, become an absolute comp beast. So that is something. So I mean, like he's essentially like kind of like I mean Emmett, but not Emmett. I mean, who else has been like maybe like a Danish figure, like but maybe like Dimitri's. I mean, like I just don't know how much he knows the game though. And he is Greek, right? Or is his happy place is Greece? I mean, I'm assuming he's Greek then, right? Oh yeah, his name is fucking Gene. I'm a fucking idiot. Yeah, okay. Yes, I mean he's essentially like Dimitri's. Like that's essentially what they're doing with him. Yeah, I mean, kind of whatever to me. Got Helena. I mean, like, I feel like Helena is someone that will be a winner candidate. Based on just the image and, like, age and that sort of stuff. Like, a 27-year-old, kind of perfect age. A master's student, that's something. Taken, that's disappointing. Okay, I mean, this is a bad answer, though. Why are you selected to be on BB Can 10? I'm the basic regular girl that many people can relate to? I mean, that's kind of a basic answer. A lot of people remember me as a player who gave it their all and never gave up. Also remember me as the Season 10 winner. My happy place is my bed. That's something. Dream vacation is Greece.
I think Rebecca's waiting for you.
Alright, well, let's just actually start this because it's going to go to cutscene anyway.
We can talk more later.
Sorry, can't talk now.
Oh, do I actually have to go to the Animus? Okay, fine. Again, considering I've played this game like 30 times or whatever, like, you'd think I would fucking know right away.
Of course.
Yeah, actually, Helena's bio is not the
Are
greatest.
you a tiny child?
Sean!
Again, the thing that I'm not getting from these bios is I just don't know, like, how big of fans these people are. Like, obviously, I know that Jessica is a fan, but, like, outside of that, like, just solely based on the bios so far, like, the first 3 people, no sense of how big of a fan they are. Let's see, what do we got? Herman. He's only 29? I thought he was, like, 40. Single. Gonna make the house guest fall in love with me, then go for HOH week 2. And hope to have an alliance. That's fucking terrible. I'm like, what? Again, like, the modern Big Brother meta is to win. Yeah, this is not the first BB Can cast of 16 players. BB 13 had 16, right? Or BB 13, BB 3, BB Can 3. Then BB Can 4, I believe. And then 5 also. Yeah.
Insieme per la vittoria!
Yeah, again, like, winning HOH Week 2 is not ideal. Like, you want to win HOH Week 1 to build the power structure. Now, like, if you have a terrible Week 1 HOH, winning HOH Week 2 is not necessarily terrible in the sense that, like, Kyland won HOH Week 2 and, like, completely toppled Frenchie's power structure. But, again, you're really just banking on a really terrible Week 1 HOH. Did 7 have 16 people? Like, six I was, like, kind of questioning, but I didn't remember 7 having 16 people. But yeah, I remember BB Can 9 didn't, and then the first 2 seasons had 15 for some reason. Yeah, 7 had 15, okay, that's what I thought. Anyway, yeah, it has been a bit, since we're getting, like, a full season play out with 16 people. Let's see... Oh, fuck off. Like, can someone not answer the, like, how do you want people to remember you as a player, like, without saying something that has to do with, like, loyalty, integrity, or morals, or anything like that? Like, his literally response is, we were talking about Herman, I want them to remember me as someone who stood by his morals and never quit. It's like, why is everyone talking about Greece? This is the third. I've literally looked at 4 bios so far. 3 people have mentioned their dream vacation is Greece. Like, what is it with Greece? Like, is it really, like, that much of, like a guaranteed, like, place you want to go to? Whatever. The greatest accomplishment is owning 2 homes by 27. That's good. What's his job again? Auto sales general manager. That's something. My dream vacation? No, it's definitely not Greece. I wouldn't mind going to Greece, but it's, like, definitely not, like, number 1 choice there. Watching all the video bios gave you a better vibe from this cast? I would hope so. Than these fucking written bios. Yeah, I actually prefer 14-person casts, especially for BB Can. Because BB Can, I believe we have confirmation of this season it's being 69 days. With the finale being, like, May 5th, I think it is. Which is, like, again, that's relatively, like, short. I mean, it's the same length as last season, but last season only had 14 people. Yeah, nice. But, so it's like, I don't know. Like, I mean, I'm sure we're getting a triple then. And probably multiple doubles then, right? What did last season have? Did last season only have 1 double?
How many of them you can ruin before they get the best of you.
It had 2 doubles, but then a fake eviction, right? Like one of them was a fake eviction. That's how it worked out. So, yeah, I don't know. They'll probably do a triple and then... I don't know, but then if they do a triple... Aren't we at the same schedule? Or is it a triple and then a double? But either way. JC Lin is hot. Oh, that's who I'm at, actually. Yeah, JC Lin. Yeah, 24. Single. So, I feel like off the bat, right away, I see her getting into showmance with Gino. That's my guess there. Let's see, social media manager, whatever. She's a super fan. But then again, Austin said she was a super fan. Austin from last season. Oh yeah, we get the fucking Loot Florins. So that's something. What part of the BB King experience will be the hardest for you? Keeping my emotions out of game decisions and thinking before I speak. I want people to remember me as a player who executed a badass social game, but could give the guys a run for their money in physical comps. Yeah, I mean, I feel like her bio's, like, better, at least. Like, there's nothing, like, glaring out to me as, like, something pretty bad. I mean, she does talk a lot about comps, though. She does talk about how she's going to reveal her athletic side, and, again, talks about how she wants to give the big guys a run for their money. I mean, she does seem more like a fan. Based on, like, her answer of what's her strategy going into the game. So, I mean, that's something, again, we'll have to eventually see the bios. Or the video bios. What do we got here? Josh is next. In a relationship, 28. Pediatric resident. So that's something. So, yeah, again, Josh was the person that, like, just from seeing him... I thought, like, okay, he seems like someone I would pick. Him and Helena were the two. Let's see, what does he have here? I want to establish a strong alliance first thing in the house, ideally with someone who is older, as they might be seen as less of a threat, and not someone most people will initially think of aligning with. I mean, I guess? I want to start a larger alliance until closer to jury, where I will then separate myself with big moves. I will then keep a close alliance and a competition beast. I will keep a close alliance and be a competition beast. There we go. I just, like, completely read that wrong. But with enough charm to be less threatening, I guess. I think I represent many groups in Canada that are traditionally underrepresented in media. And I'm in a profession not many people from my background are typically represented in. Strong knowledge of game after watching for many years. So again, seems like he's a fan. Thinks it'll be hardest of him knowing who is telling the truth and who I can trust. That's a bit worrying. I want to be remembered as bold and daring, someone who is able to showcase strong social skills, but also a strong physical competitor. I want other queer, black, or indigenous youth who grew up to have, same type of thing. I mean, this is fine. I mean, this is a good bio. Again, seems like he's a fan. Seems like he should do well. Like I overall get a pretty good vibe from him. So that's something. You can see Josh going the way of Jetson. That's kind of what my initial thought was just from seeing him, but then also, like, I don't, like, I guess it could, like, I mean, there's definitely a chance. I would suspect he knows the game more than Jed, but, I mean, I guess we'll have to see. But yeah. Oh, fuck off. Oh, wait, did that actually happen?
That's it. Going back anytime.
What?
Ben trovato.
What the fuck? Again, that's never happened to me before. Again, it's so weird how, like, I've played this game so much, yet, like, whenever I'm streaming, it feels like just something fucking weird happens every single time. Thoughts on the Needle in the Haystack challenge at Amazing Race? I thought it was terrible, but it was so obvious it was on a limb that's, like, kind of inoffensive. Just because, like, obviously they're not going home from this, so it's like, yeah, whatever. Oh yeah, we did hear about Amazing Race filming, so that's something.
Quite a night. Indeed.
Where, like, I think the casting page updated. Right? By the way, we did also get Survivor news that they have officially changed the age to apply to 16, which is dumb. Is BBAU 13 worth watching after Katie's elimination? I think it... like, yes, kind of. I do think it, like, it kind of slows down a bit at that point. Like, I think that's probably the peak of the season, is, like, the culmination of the Katie storyline. And then, like, after that, like, the season, like, really starts to kind of drag, but, yeah, I would still recommend, like, finishing it, especially because, like, I mean, Danny's there, and Danny's a great character, so at least there's that. I'm a fucking idiot. I'm not paying attention. I've never lost this race in my entire fucking life. Wow. I remember I had a friend in high school who, like, hated this game because he couldn't win this race. I was like, are you a fucking idiot? It's like, how's that happen? Yet, alright, I guess I failed it once.
Baby brother still has much to learn.
Oh, fuck off. Let's just do that again.
Come on, Tartaruga.
But yeah, I'll go back to the bios in a second here after we get through this. I don't know why I'm doing it this way. I've never done it this way in my entire life before. Excuse me? What the fuck? Whatever. It's fine. It's fine. Oh yeah, I'm sure we're gonna get, I mean, like, Jeff Probst loves... I mean, this is such a weird thing to say. Jeff Probst loves kids. But yeah, like, I think Jeff Probst will definitely... I think there'll definitely be, a decent amount of teenagers on the cast, moving forward. I don't think we'll do an all, like, teen version, but, like, I would be surprised if we don't eventually get, like, 3 to 4 a season.
Come on, then. This way.
Where are you going?
Yeah, all the extra people coming in is bad. Like, to me, that was, like, the worst part of this season, is, like, all these people, coming in so late. And, like, what turns out, it's not actually that late, considering it's actually the halfway point in the season. But, yeah, I mean, like, it definitely drags the season out a bit. Like, there's still fun moments periodically. But, yeah, I do think that is the peak of the season. Alright, here we go.
And may it never change.
Skipping over the moment that most people say is the best moment in Assassin's Creed. Which I don't agree with, but whatever. So yeah, we got Jay. Non-binary, right? They, them. Single. Strategy is he's a friendly person. Gonna use his charm to make people not see me as a threat, but as an ally. He's a theater director.
Let's go. Wait.
He's a true individual?
Ezio. Let Christina sleep.
Okay.
There will be time enough for that. Later.
Like, like, what kind of phrase is this? I'm a true individual and love that about myself. Like, that just sounds ridiculous, but whatever. Work in equity, diversion, and inclusion. Yeah. Hardest part will be having to eliminate friends. Backstabbing isn't something I'm good at, but you gotta do what you gotta do to play Big Brother Canada. I want to see as well-rounded in competitions and social game. They will be the flirt of the season. Like, I really need to work on that. Yeah, I mean, again, like, not the greatest bio. I think the first person that comes to mind here is Raul. Based on, like occupation, the way he dresses, or they dress. Again, definitely, I don't know. I have to see how big of a fan they are, but, kind of just whatever on them right now. Alright, we got Kevin, who, again, like, in his picture, he's already, like, giving this, like, maniacal sort of look there. Obviously, I expect him to be a super fan. We'll see. 28, sales engineer. In a relationship, long-term and madly in love. Okay, well, good for you. Strategies to lie, cheat, and steal to pit other people against each other. Be the snake in the grass. Why he was selected. People are afraid to be bad, and I'm going to enjoy it. I mean, he's really obviously, like, playing into the villain here. What do you think will be hardest for you? I'm taking this very seriously. Cooling off that intensity for the first week or two will be difficult. If I'm going to win, I need to fake smile to last a longer time than I'm comfortable with. Let's see. There we go. At least someone with a more apt answer. He wants to go to Japan. There we go. Javi's watching reality TV. I mean, obviously, he seems like a massive fan. I mean, again, he feels like someone that is, like, one of these people that, like, knows to play up the villain, but also seems like a big enough fan to where he's probably faking it. Like, he's probably going to do it in DR, but, like, seems like someone that is probably going to fake it on, like, in the actual game. Oh, fuck, I missed the bottom part of the fucking... I didn't realize there was more below the video, where they get ask hero or villain and shit. Okay, let's go back. What do we got for Betty? Competition beast or floater? Well, that's a fucking dumb question. Why are we asking competition beast or floater? Again, like, obviously, like, if it's, like, the real definition of floater, then, like, I guess it's a more apt comparison, but, like, I don't think that's the way they're intending it. Hero, villain, hero, showmancer, nomancer, okay, whatever, that's fine. What do we got? We got Gino, obviously, comp beast, hero. I mean, most of this is pretty much what I would have expected anyway. Helena, hero, competition beast or floater, 50-50. And it's probably a good sign that she's not just saying compies. Intellectual skills or physical, she goes intellectual. Nomance, yeah. Herman, he's open to a showmance. That's something. He's a hero, comp beast. Sure, I guess. JC Lynn, hero, comp. They're all fucking saying hero and compies. Like, can we get someone that doesn't say? Oh, she even says showmance in her. Okay, yeah, so that's like a guarantee. Josh wants a best friend mans. Even Josh says hero, compies. Yeah, fuck off. And then did I look at Jay's? No, right? Jay, nomance, hero, compies. Fine. Whatever. I mean, like, I don't know if these are recruits, but I mean, it definitely feels like a lot of these people are not necessarily like the biggest fans in terms of like the people that you would see in like the RJP community or on Reddit or any of that sort of thing. Yeah, what? Obviously, Kevin says villain comp beast. Is that where we're going with Kevin?
May I come in?
Fine, but only for a minute.
No sleep or food. He says sleep is for the weak. I mean, again, he's obviously just like playing this up. Yeah, I like Kevin. I think Kevin's gonna be fun. Got Jessica. So they, she, her, married, visual artist. Strategies: be fluid and flexible, react in a way that creates the fewest repercussions, and be a support system for as many people as possible. Has a diverse skill set, super fandom, representation for two misunderstood groups, non-binary and bi. What do you think will be the hardest for you to find the difference between intuition and paranoia? I mean, again, like, it very much sounds like someone that is a big fan and someone that has thought about this for a while. Kind of feels like a mix of like Brooke from BB-Can 8 and then like Rockstar. What's her occupation again? Visual artist. Yeah, I mean that kind of feels Rockstar-y. Actually, what was Brooke's occupation? I don't even fucking remember Brooke. Like, what did she do? Let's see. Brooke was social support. Oh, okay, yeah. Yeah, so I mean, I don't know. It'll be interesting. Again, obviously, supposedly a big fan of the show. Interesting, hero or villain? She says a little bit of both. Competition beast of floater. So, good. I mean, seems like a good pick. A bit older, right, than the rest of the cast. I mean, she's 35, which, I mean, to be fair, isn't like that old, but I believe they're... Yeah, definitely one of the older people there. But still, definitely someone I would definitely consider picking. Rockstar was a stripper? Was she? I kind of forgot about that, actually. Oh, yeah, she was. I forgot about that. What am I doing right now? Oh, I have to go up to Christina, right? Yeah, wait, we got Kyle Moore. 23. I forgot he was that young. Kyle's 23. Single. I don't even know why I'm bothering to push it. The button prompts. Podcaster. That's his actual occupation. Like, I knew he had like a mental health podcast, but I didn't realize that's actually what he did. Strategy going in. Originally, I wanted to be overlooked in the house, but I realized my skill set is better served by approaching the game like chess. Move first, attack in the middle, and castle early. Want to be the first HOH to set a board. Again, good sign. Like, I very much suspect that he talked to some alumni. I would be pretty surprised if he didn't. I think calling people out in their lives would be the hardest part for me. I like to take people for their word, but in a game that's not going to get you very far. Well, you want to be remembered as the greatest to ever do it. That's something.
There's really no need for violence.
Let's see. Again, he wants to go to Italy. Never mind, not Greece. So a lot of people wanting to go to Europe.
You have me confused with someone else.
Most spontaneous thing he's ever done is pretend to be Canton 9 Kyle. It's so weird. Like, this is such a weird thing. Like, obviously, like, we kind of heard about it. I forgot if it was like yesterday or this morning, but like we heard that, like, yeah, he's kind of gone quiet. He like privated his social media, and he's taking a break from his podcast. So like, it made it seem like he was gonna be on, but it is funny that he's actually on at this point. There we go. Alright, so he wants to be a hero, comp beast, whatever. Again, I guess that's everyone. We got Marty, 43-year-old married fraud investigator. Okay. Stay flexible, read and react to what's happening, win every comp. Sure. Be true to my word until it's time to make a move, and backstab if I need to. Why were you selected? Everybody loves Marty. I guess so. I am a nice guy, very sociable. I don't take myself too seriously. Is a French accent? Okay. Toughest thing is being away from his family, speaking in a second language 24/7. Yeah, so that's so obviously, so that means English is a second language. That might harm him. We'll see. Want to remember as a great player, maybe even more than winning. If you ask me about past seasons, most of the players I love didn't win. Being referred to as a BB Can legend would be the best compliment someone can give me. BB Can winner would be awesome too. Fuck off. Whatever. Most spontaneous thing he's done is apply for BB Cans. I mean, that's something. Hero comp beast, because why not? Yeah, I don't know. He's fine. Again, like, to be fair, probably one of the better bios, all things considered, but I mean, there are some red flags there. We got Melina. I feel like I know nothing about Melina. What is she? 29-year-old artist. Don't we already have, like, what do we have, like, two or three artists here, right? Whatever. In a relationship. There's really not that many single people, is there? There's, like, it seems like most of this cast is taken. So that's something. Which I think makes even more apparent that JC is probably gonna showmance with Gino. I feel like that just kind of clicks. Who knows? I mean, obviously, I guess like people expected. What was the showmance from last season? People were expecting like Whitney and someone, but either way. What part of BB Can experience do you think would be the hardest for you? Living with no one to multiple ends, whatever. Why do you think you were selected? I believe that if it was meant to be, it will be. That's not answering the question. like what? Wants to be remembered as a well-rounded, strong individual that completely surprises them as a comp beast and a smart player. Happy place to her apartment, sure. Personal accomplishment I'm the most proud of. Hopefully BB Can winner. So you're saying nothing? You're a villain. She says villain. That's cool. Comp beast of flow. She says beast. It doesn't say comp beast. It just says beast. I don't know. I mean, like, she seems fine. It'll be interesting. Moose. We got Moose, 24-year-old single content creator. What does he do? Strategy is to befriend one or two people who I can trust the entire time and have us infiltrate other groups while keeping my alliance a secret. Okay. I think I was selected because of my positive attitude and good energy. I mean, like, right away, like, the first person I thought of was Mackie. Hopefully he's better than Mackie. I mean, it's hard to be worse. Hardest part will be how to spend downtime during the week when there's nothing to do. I want people to remember me as a gutsy player who trusts his instincts and remained loyal to his people in alliance. Okay, whatever. Had me at the first half. Let's see. DJing. He does a lot of DJing. Wasn't there another DJ? There was someone that DJ'd when they were 14, right? Was that Kyle? Yeah, Kyle. I could see those two getting along. That seems like a pretty instant click there. Hero Comp Beast, because why not? I don't know. Moose seems fun. Again, I'll have to see in this video. But, again, decent enough bio. We got. I might as well just finish these before I continue with the game. At this point, we only have 3 left. Mackie was a DJ. Oh, yeah, that was a thing, too, wasn't it? Yeah, not the greatest sign, then. Yeah, Stephanie, 26. She seems like just from like a picture and everything, she seems like the most generic casting pick on this cast. Like, most of this cast feel like, for the most part, don't feel like your typical reality TV casting choices. I mean, maybe like JC Lynn, Cal Moore, I guess. But like everyone else feels a little bit different. Stephanie, I think seems about right. Child and youth worker, single. Strategy is social. Be everyone's friend and their shoulder to cry on. Okay. Over the top personality, ability to adapt. Okay. I don't know. This kind of feels like Rianne in a way, which is not great. I guess we'll have to see how big of a fan she is, but just in terms of her bio and everything, it kind of reminds me of Rianne from BB Can 8. Wants to be a villain, though. Interesting. Wants to be a villain. Wants a showmance in exclamation marks. Stephanie from her video just wants to hook up. Well, she'll probably get it. So at least that's something. Let's see who we got. We got Summer. Summer Sales. Is that really her last name? 25. Fun employed. So, yay. Wants to maintain strong and strategic relationships. Wants to put God and myself first. Okay. What is this? Wait, why were you selected for BB Can 10? Look at me. I am the bomb.com.org.net You would be crazy if you didn't select. This feels like an answer that would play much better in a video than in a bio. Yeah, okay. I think the hardest part of the experience will be eating slop. Sure. Want to be remembered as a player who came here to play. I mean, it seems like she's gonna be fun. I mean, she's talking about God a lot in her bio, but I mean, outside of that, seems like someone that should be a fun personality. I can see her being like the Victoria sort of figure for the season. Someone that's a bit dynamic. I mean, I'll have to see the video to fully determine that, but based on her bio, it seems like someone that is gonna pop on screen. Hero Comp Beast, because why not? Okay, so let's get to the last one. We got fucking what is her name? Tynesha, which again, 100% is an alternate. I feel like just looking at like the photo there is like radically different from everyone else's. So I 100% feel like she was an alternate. But 32 model, booed up. So that's something. Strategy is to be a sweet, innocent girl from Montreal, kind of ditzy, clumsy. I get a lot of Brittany vibes right away. Brittany BB Can 3. I think I was selected for BB Can 10 because of my outgoing personality. I'm a people person. I love to talk, laugh, joke around. I'm a powerful single mother, representing all the single mamas out there. That's something. Hardest part is being away from a daughter. You would expect so. I'll people remember me as a bad... Okay, she's talking about being a mom multiple times in her bio. Okay. I think literally 3 of her answers are about her being a mom. Okay. Let's see. Wow, a lot of people have like pet peeves of people chewing. Most spontaneous thing she's done? BB Can. Look at that. Hero, Comp Beast, Nomance. Okay. Seems fine. Again, like at the end of the day, it's like written bios are just very tough to gauge people from. So just in general, like not really have many solidified opinions on these people just yet. But again, at least I know him a bit more. Again, I'm still pretty high. I would say like Josh, Kyle Moore, I'm probably like decently high on. Again, I was high on Helena, but I did not feel like her bio was the greatest. I think Summer's going to be really fun. I just don't know if Summer's going to win. And potentially Moose. Potentially Melina. Yeah, I feel like those are probably the top contenders to me right off the bat. Wow, like so many of these people, like just looking at this cast again, like Betty, it's like I feel like I remember nothing about Betty. But whatever. I don't know, it's an interesting cast. Again, it feels like kind of your typical BB Can cast. Should be fun though. Even if these people, that was very jarring to have him drop and not have any rumbling in the controller. Is there no, Again, it just feels weird playing a non-PS5 game at this point. There's no, like, rumbling in this game. Whatever. Favorite is Martin? I think Martin could be fun. I don't really have the greatest vibe in terms of him winning. But, yeah, could be a fun figure on the show. Cody said on Twitch that he declined the challenge because he's unvaccinated. That's a shame. So he's not vaxxed? I mean, you would, which I mean, isn't that surprising, really? But, like, I believe Paulie is vaxxed. So I would have assumed that Cody would have been vaxxed if Paulie is vaxxed, but whatever. Yeah, again, I guess we could talk about, I can actually look at the chat again. Yeah, Soul Hackers 2 is a thing that did get announced. I haven't really looked too much into it. Oh, by the way, we haven't talked about Elden Ring. Fucking Elden Ring is getting the best reviews ever for a game, which is insane. I don't think, I don't think it's a game for me. But, we'll see. We'll see how
I
it
prepared
goes.
some documents here.
Polly's vax because he's desperate. Yeah, I mean, I believe it was because of the Olympics initially, right? Stuff like that, right?
Turn to me when it's
Will I do
done.
a casting Big Brother Blood vs. Water? Probably not, just because like who are the loved ones to cast? Even Survivor Blood vs. Water is like very difficult to put a cast together for that, and we have like loved ones visits with that show. Like we have nothing for BB outside like the videos from home and stuff, which again get very little from. So I just feel like that's such a difficult video to put together that I'm probably just not gonna bother. Is his actual name Moose, or is that a nickname? Yeah, I guess it does say that's his real name. I assumed it was a nickname, but interesting. I feel like he is high variance. He's definitely someone that I could see the Mackie potential. But he could also just be someone that's like affable enough. I guess with that, it'll be more so about how he knows the game, because that was really the main issue with Mackie. Is that Mackie just did not know the game and just blew up his own game. He was like fine before he blew up his own game.
That one is very familiar.
Gamer's Twitter feed is annoying. I'm gonna look at it for news. Yeah, me too. I mean, it's a lot of complaining about current casting, so that's something. Aika's oldest son is eligible for casting. How old is Aika's son? Aika's son's that old? Actually, I guess he would be, wouldn't he? I didn't even think about that until now. He's like Aika's son was already like decently old when she was first on. Like at least like not a little kid. So it's like, I mean, yeah, he's probably 18. Yeah, that's insane.
Isn't that dangerous?
Which yeah, I mean, just how old is Aika? I mean, I know she had a kid when she I believe she was a teenager, right? Oh, I guess not. She's 38, so I guess she was like 20. But yeah, that's insane. Have any 42 cast opinions changed? Not really, because to be honest, I haven't really looked at anything. Actually, no, that's not true. I did listen to actually, no, I'm a fucking idiot. I did listen to RHAP. Yeah, I did listen to both of the ones that came out. I believe in the Third Tribe. The Third Tribe's interviews came out today, so I haven't listened to that, but I actually did listen to the other two. But yeah, not many of my opinions changed. I'm trying to think, who am I? I'm probably lower on, fuck's his name? Jonathan, than I was in terms of, like, him as a character. Where, like, again, like, from his, like, initial video, I thought he would be, like, kind of like a John Hennigan, sort of guy. While, yeah, like, through listening to his full-blown interview, like, he doesn't seem that, like showman-y. I don't know. Whatever. Like, doesn't feel like someone that is going to really play it up, like the douchiness. So, I don't know. We'll see. I mean, like, I'm too fair. That's more so as a character than like a player. Like, as a player, it's exactly the same. Like, I still think it's gonna be someone that's gonna be either taken out like at the very late pre-merge or like early merge. I really haven't talked much about Celebrity Big Brother, but there's not that much to talk about. Like I really like didn't care by the end of it. And like obviously, yeah, like Misha won, 7-1 vote. Really, it was really more so an anti-Todrick vote, where like I think Misha loses against everyone else, right? That's the vibe that I get. Is I do think they really hated both of them. It's just that they like obviously hated Todrick more. But like I suspect that like if Misha had been at the end of like someone else, that negativity would have latched on to Misha as well. To where like I don't know if like I don't think Teddy is voting for Misha in most situations. I don't think Shayna is voting for Misha in most situations. Okay. Fine. I guess it would come down to like Todd and Lamar. Like if it was Misha and Cynthia, which to be fair was never happening. But like would Misha have won? No, Shayna did not win AFP, which was probably the biggest surprise of the night. Are we at the Umberto thing? Oh, we are, aren't we?
Ah, Ezio. Ben trovato. How are you?
No, we're not.
Come sempre. I have a letter for
Whatever.
Mr.
EFP was Carson. Carson won AFP, which again was a surprise. I did feel like
They've gone to Villa Careggi, I'm afraid.
I did feel like it was going to be Shayna. Considering I just didn't think I just didn't think that they were going to that the casual audience would have shown up there. But I guess they did. Biggest surprise they didn't draw it out for 2 hours. Again, I'm happy they didn't. I think the only thing that I am a bit disappointed by is that I do wish we got to see Todrick squirm a bit more. I think that would have been fun. But like, I mean, as a whole, like again, like I like this finale. Like even though like it's weird because like if this had been a normal season, if this was BB23, this is perfect. Again, perfect finale. 1 hour finale, rush through everything, who cares? If this was like, again, BB22, like any normal season, this would have been fine. But with this season, with like this bitter of a jury, and with a jury that was like very like willing to be bitter on TV, like I feel like that was kind of underwhelming that we didn't get to see more of them being upset at Todrick and telling Todrick that. Which again, like BB19 is one of my favorite finales in Big Brother because we get to see the jury like really berate Paul and like Paul like slowly realizing that he's gonna lose. And I feel like it would have been fun to have the same thing with Todrick, but overall I did like the overall jury format, or not jury format, the finale format, just because again like I just think it's fucking boring typically, the finales, so again reducing everything makes it better. Is Ross the best Celebrity Big Brother player ever? I mean, like, if we're talking about Celebrity Big Brother, like, the thing is, like, are we talking about Celebrity Big Brother as a different game than Big Brother? Like, if we're talking about just in general, how are these celebrities as Big Brother players? I think there's an argument for Ross. If we're talking about them specifically as Celebrity Big Brother players, then I would probably go Tamar.
Are you sure?
Yes, now
where, again, like, I think Tamar played, like, kind of a game. But I think it's a game that is very effective for Celebrity Big Brother. While I don't think her game is effective on normal Big Brother. Where I think on normal Big Brother, like the way she treats the jury and everything would not be as effective. While I think like through them being at home, I think it's like a completely different thing from like a Todrick, where like with Todrick it was more so like him saying mean things behind their back. While like with Tamar, it's like it's a lot more like her like being more playful with it, and it being like more portrayed as like a fun thing, like her like dancing around with Tom when Tom Green goes home. Again, that should have been terrible jury management, but for Celebrity Big Brother, it didn't matter, and it actually like made her more appealing to Tom, who looked at her as like a more fun presence. Why didn't they respect Ricky? I just think they kind of found him boring. And also, I think he was like a bit more cutthroat, which I think just in general in Celebrity Big Brother isn't as rewarded. Again, like I just think Celebrity Big Brother is just like a completely different beast from Big Brother US. I think if it was Big Brother the US, I don't think Tamar wins, and if I think she certainly doesn't get a unanimous vote. While again, like I think Ricky, Ricky is still flawed. It's not like Ricky's like the greatest player in the world, but I do think Ricky is the best, like in general, Big Brother player on that cast. And same thing goes to this season with Todrick, as much as like people don't like to hear it. I mean, like I think Todrick is by far the best social strategy player on this cast. Even though, again, like, he has abysmal jury management. Like, some of the worst in the history of reality television. But in terms of his social strategy to get to the end, he is by far the best on the season. And, again, that's the tough thing to reconcile when it comes to the player ranking. Where, like, I mean, 1 and 2, obviously, it's going to be Misha or Todrick. And it's like, both of them are bad. Like, they're all bad. Like, really, at the end of the day, it doesn't really matter. But it is worse than Paul. Especially with him knowing that they were going to see it. Like, see him, like, making these comments and everything.
But when it comes time for action,
like, I do think it is worse than Paul's jury management. Especially because, like, also, it's like, Paul just had a misunderstanding of how the jury worked, which played a part in that. Where, like, Todrick knew how the jury was going to function, he just still did it.
Basta, ti arrendo.
Stay away from my sister!
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. It's like, in terms of, like, him playing to get to the end, he is by far the best player on the season, to the point where he even brought Misha to the end. Like, if it was not for Todrick, Misha would have went home the week where Shayna goes home. And it's like, even though Misha does, again, win a whole bunch of comps and everything, she would have been taken out at the first opportunity. Or I guess technically it was the second opportunity, considering she could have gone home during the Chris Kirkpatrick week. Misha brought him to the end, but she wouldn't even been there if it wasn't for Todrick. And it also, it's like, Todrick was really a lot of the strategy between the two, where, like, Misha had, like, terrible strategic ideas throughout the game, and it's really, like, Todrick, like, putting her back in line. Like, at the point where, like, she wanted to put Todd Bridges on the block the week that that Chris Kirkpatrick went home, and it was Todrick that convinced her to put Chris Kirkpatrick on the block. You have her, like, telling Carson and Cynthia, hey, backdoor Shayna at the final 7 when only one person doesn't play in veto. Put me and Todrick on the block. Like, that's terrible. She says no to final 2 deals. Like, people like Lamar and Teddy try to make deals with her. She just outright says no. Like, it's really terrible gameplay. Yeah, she lucks out from the fact that she wins a whole bunch of comps. And again, in a situation where the majority of this cast was never going to win a comp against Misha, someone that is a professional athlete, compared to all these people who are in their, like, late 40s and 50s. So, again, like, I find like, Misha's game, like, very, like, questionable in terms of how to really assess it. And also Todrick's as well.
What are you doing out here, Petruccio?
The jury trash Todrick, kind of.
What for?
By the way, I love Chris Kirkpatrick's burn of him saying that this jury votes for my son or whatever. What am I doing? But every time she won a comp, she kept them safe. But that's more so because, like, Todrick, like the thing is, like, essentially Todrick held Misha's fate throughout this game. It's like, yes, she does win a whole bunch of comps, but it's like, she would have been out at the first opportunity had it been not for, like, also Todrick flipping that first week. Where, again, if he did not decide to go with Misha, which, again, you can credit Misha with, like, Todrick actually ending up siding with Misha there. But it's like, again, it was, a lot of the game was in Todrick's hands. Oh, fuck off. Is she lower than Josh on my overall winner ranking? Probably not. I don't know. I mean, again, like, it doesn't, like, Celebrity Big Brother, like, is very tough to, like, mix in. What am I doing? I'm just an idiot. just because it's a radically different game. And like with this season in particular, it's very weird because like half the cast didn't want to be there. And again, like she had the advantage of competitions, and she had like someone that was doing all the strategy for her. So it's like, I just don't know how much to really give her credit for her game, when it feels like very little of it was due to things she did actively, outside of again just winning competitions.
Buongiorno, Ezio.
Buongiorno a voi, madre. Come state?
Still been.
At Tamar above Josh again. That's what, like, I don't know if she's above Tamar or not. I get, like, it's like on paper she should be, because like when I think when you think of Misha, you think of, oh, Misha and Todrick dominated this game. But it's like also it's like, but like did they? Like did me? Like how much was that was like actually on Misha? Is Morgan the best spin-off winner? She was definitely the one I was the most happy with. I mean, like, I think looking back on it, I can be happy with a Tamar win, especially like how big of a character she was on that season. But like, especially at the time of the season ending, I was the most happy with a Morgan win. Jennifer Mason Race is going to be on the CBS Challenge. Why? By the way, on the Challenge rewatch, I did finish World of Worlds 2, and I did watch the first couple episodes of Total Madness, so I actually just watched Jen's elimination, so that's something. Why did I not want Tamar to win? Because I didn't like Tamar at the time. Again, I was a big Tom Green fan. I think Tom Green is the person that like I had a lot of memories of when I was a kid. So it's like I was very much rooting for Tom Green there. And also I just didn't like how Tamar acted throughout the season. But again, I think looking back on it, I can be a lot more positive towards Tamar at this point. Jordan winning World of Wars 2 is super satisfying to me. Or to you? I mean, not to me, to be honest. I really don't like Jordan. I think the fact that Jordan is able to like be rectified with his win there is like even like more annoying, considering I really just don't like Jordan through a lot of the season. And to be fair, Paulie has the same thing. That was like either side, like winning would have like had a similar sort of thing of like these people being super cocky and they and them essentially kind of being right through their cockiness. But
you should find an outlet.
I have plenty of outlets.
So I mean, like, I'm probably Jordan's better for the storyline this season, though.
Back to your house then.
I mean, yeah, by Celebrity Big Brother standards, Misha played a good game. It's just I think like in reality, it's like not that good. And again, I think part of that is again like I don't think she wins against anybody but Todrick.
He's been working for his father.
Like especially with like how angry the jury seemed to be, not just at Todrick but both Todrick and Nisha. Like, I don't think she wins against anybody else, which is a major factor there.
But I often feel like my work lacks, I don't know, a purpose.
Todrick make excuses? Not really. It's just that he didn't really address anything. Like, he never got called out on the personal attacks. Because again, there was no jury questioning. So it's just the speech. And it's the same speech he did, like he was rehearsing this speech yesterday. And he pretty much did the same thing, but like shortened it. Kim Penn are in the final leg because of the promo. Not surprising. I will be interested, like, it will be interesting to see this final, like, it will be interesting to see if Ryan Dusty can make the final leg.
Thank you for your help, son.
Rate Misha above Jordan Lloyd again. Like I would on paper.
It was nice to meet you, Ezio.
I
hope our paths cross.
Is Misha's game that different from Casey's? I mean, like, I would say like slight. Like I would say Casey is better, but like I mean, to be honest, like maybe that is an apt comparison of like being around that sort of tier. Which I guess through that would put her above Tamar and that sort of thing.
These packages delivered to associates of mine.
But like I think Misha's a worse player than Casey.
A message for me from a pigeon coop not too far from here.
Va bene. I'll get it done.
Because again, like I think Casey is just such an Like,
There are some things.
Casey's not like again. Misha actively turns down deals. Like Casey's not doing that. Casey's gonna say yes, and just like go with the flow. Like she's not gonna be actively bad strategically. It's just that she's not gonna be like active. That's one of the major issues with Casey as a player is that she's not very active, at least in Big Brother. Again, Challenge, kind of a different thing. But the one season we saw of her on Big Brother is, that is probably an apt comparison, is Casey and Misha. But again, I think one of the major differences is the length of the game. Like, there's more game where Casey was not safe from competition wins than Misha. Where there were literally, 2 opportunities? Maybe 3? Where Misha could have even gone home. And the week 2, it's like she was benefited from still having that initial power structure from week 1. So it's again, and then the other time she was going to go home until Todrick saved her with the Shayna plan. And then, which again, you give her some credit for it, very little. But I do think you give her some credit for not messing it up when Carson asks her, hey, did this actually happen? Which, by the way, I don't think that was Misha lying. I think she believes, I don't think, even though we see Todrick, say, oh yeah, I'm making stuff up, I'm exaggerating on things. I don't think that's the way Misha thinks. I think Misha legitimately thinks she played this game fully honestly and with loyalty and all that sort of stuff. I don't think Misha actually thinks that she lied throughout this game. It would be offended if War of the Worlds 2 isn't at least in top tier. I mean, it's very high. I would say, again, it did go down. My opinion of it is exactly where it was when I talked about it last. It's high, but it's not quite in the top tier, but it is it's top. I mean, I think it's number 4 or 5. It's a weird one because obviously it is a very long season. It's 18 episodes, right? Or is it 16? I think it's 16. Either way, 16 episodes. They're all an hour and a half long episodes. Is it better than Final Reckoning? I think I have it one spot above Final Reckoning. I actually, I'll be honest, I think I enjoyed the rewatch of Final Reckoning more, consistently. But I think there are, just fundamental issues of Final Reckoning, that put it below.
You Giovanni's kid?
No,
the other one.
idiota.
War of the Worlds 2.
He just happens to look exactly like the man.
Give it here.
I guess it would be Misha,
Don't worry,
Tamar,
boy.
Marissa.
We're not contagious. At least I'm not.
But, I don't know. It's kind of a ranking that, I just don't even think it matters. I don't really, care about the actually, properly think about the ranking. Just in general this season, that's kind of how I just feel about this season, is that I just don't care. It's on paper, there are, interesting things that happen here. Again, Chris essentially backdoors himself. You have, the Shayna, being, blindsided there. You have, week 1, it was really insane, with how much flip-flopping there was. But, I just didn't care through a lot of the season. And the players themselves didn't seem to care for most of them. The only people that seem to care are are Shayna, Todrick, Misha, I guess Todd at the end. But, most people didn't care. And I think that definitely harmed things. I don't think Shayna's a good player. I talked about in the review. I don't think she's a terrible player. I think she is a very average player. But I think she made some terrible moves this season. again, like, her actually using the veto on Carson and taking out Kirkpatrick is fucking dumb. Like, it's one of the worst moves in recent history to me. Like, it's asinine to, again, in a game with a Final 2, you are taking out the only person in the game that is actively willing to take you to Final 2. Like, while you might, like, accidentally come into a scenario where, okay, Cynthia, Shayna, and Misha are the final 3, and then, like, yeah, okay, then I guess Cynthia's taking you to Final 2. But, like, you literally have, like, one person who is your number one person, and you're like, okay, let's risk him going home to keep Carson in the game, who, again, like, as we see with the very next week, isn't that loyal to her. And, like, I mean, like, a lot of people say, oh, it's because she was with bad players. It's like, but she's also, like, not the greatest player herself if she can't adapt to these bad players.
Here, over here.
There we go. Like how the season of Celebrity Brother make fun of people wearing skimpy clothing as seen as bullying, but in BB23 is... Oh, I forgot about that, actually. Yeah, they did, like, with the Whitney thing, right? Like, they played it up on the show. Oh, actually, to be fair, the skimpy stuff, like, the stuff with Shayna, and, like, the slut-shaming of Shayna, like, that wasn't on the show, right? Like, I think that was only on the feeds. Like, I know they did show them, like, still talking about Shayna in the episode after she got evicted. But, like, I don't remember, like, was that on... Like, did they actually show, like, the... Like, talking about her clothing? Which, by the way, Shayna at the finale here looked pretty good. So that's something. Yeah, with Whitney, though, it was just weird. Because it's like, they are still, like, shaming her for her clothing. But they're trying to make it, like, fun? Despite the fact that, like, Big D... Because it was Big D, right, that was doing it. Like, he was not actually being, like, playful with it. He was actually being serious still. But whatever. Yeah, Shayna was top 3. It was Shayna, Lamar, and Carson. But that makes me think that, so, Shayna was probably 3rd place then, is what I would guess. Is if Carson wins, then, again, I feel like that means that the casual fan base had a massive say there, and I do feel like Shayna probably just wasn't popular with it. Like, I don't think Shayna was popular with the casual audience. Where, like, I just don't think most people remembered her that well. Like, she wasn't that notable on the show. I mean, she does, like, I think she ends up, being in the bottom half of Confessional Getters. Like, even at the time that she gets booted, I think she was only, like, halfway, like, right in the middle in terms of total number of DRs. They didn't even show Todrick.
Father?
And like his reaction to the America's Favorite Player. Chris Kirkpatrick has so much potential.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I'm so sorry.
I think he's a player that has potential. Like, I think he knows how to play the game. It's just I don't think he ended up caring. Like, he just ended up, like, really caring more so about his integrity and, like, wanting, like, good people to win more so than, like, him actually wanting to win the game himself.
She's in shock. They...
Which, by the way, really failed at that in the sense that he did want... Like, he set up the game, like, in the hopes that, like, Shayna and Carson or Cynthia would win, and then, again, like, he just don't. It just lets it be an easier road for Misha and Todrick. Better at BB comps, Casey or Tilly? Probably, neither of that great in the grand scheme of things, right? Like, Casey's really good at physical comps, which it just so happened BB20 had a whole bunch of them in the end game, which is why she started winning a whole bunch. And then, like, Tilly's, like, really good at endurance, right? But, like, I think in general, like, I think if you, like, give her a, and this is, like, BBUS, like, give her a trivia comp. She's not winning a trivia comp. And, like, Casey, I think, like, again, Casey didn't even win a competition until, like, halfway through, right? Like, she didn't win a competition until the hacker comp, right? And that was what, Final 10? So, like, I don't know how great, like, Casey is in the grand scheme of things. Thank you. There we go. Yeah, Todd Bridges' eye roll was hilarious. I mean, that is something that, again, I do wish we got more of. I do wish we got more of the bitter jury. I think that would have been fun to see. What do I think of Total Madness so far? I'm kind of bored by it, if I'm being honest. Yeah, like, I'm not loving it. Like, it is an interesting season, though, because, like, whenever I think of Total Madness, I think of it as, like, being, like, kind of far back. Like, kind of, like, a long time ago, considering it still has, like, Bananas. It's, like, Bailey and Swaggy C are on there, which is kind of weird. Like, it's the first season with Fessy and Casey. So, like, it feels like a long time ago, but it's not. Like, it's literally, like, not even 2 years ago, which is kind of insane. It's also insane that it happened at the beginning of COVID. So, like, it actually hasn't even, like, it's already been that long since the beginning of COVID. Yeah, like, I was, like, very, like, middle of the road on Total Madness when I first watched it. So far from the first 2 episodes, like, I'm just kind of, like, on it. Like, I'm not loving it, but I'm not necessarily, like, hating it either. It's just, like, it's just whatever.
Beating, but I'm all right. What of your mother and sister?
Safe now.
Aneta took them.
Yes.
Best female cast for Australian Survivor or Australian Big Brother.
Not this soon. Doesn't
like, is it? Like, I don't even remember most of the cast at this point.
Return to the house. In my office is a hidden door.
Was Renata that good? Like, I feel like Renata's like one of these people that like was invisible until her boot episode.
Everything you find inside.
Actually, no, didn't she get? Didn't she win? Like the Nominator challenge the first time, like the first episode, but then like gets like no explanation over why she like votes the way she does or nominates the way she does. I think that's what happened, right?
I remember. Now please tell me what's happening. Are the Patsy behind this?
Yeah, that is a thing. Yeah, I barely remembered Renata. Yeah, like Christina's good. I like Christina. Tilly is fine. Jess is fine. Again, Katie's good. I think Katie's really good casting. Melissa's good. Yeah, I mean, the rest are kind of whatever. Mel... Oh, yeah, Melissa. Yeah, I think Melissa's fun. Like, she's someone that, like, was willing to play the game. Again, like, seems like someone that, like, you expect to be, like, hung up on honesty and that sort of stuff. But, again, was willing to, like, throw Danny under the bus and that sort of stuff, so... At least there's that. Or is it Nick? Who'd she throw under the bus? I think it was Nick, right? I think that's who she was on the block with. By the way. Want Katie and Tilly for a Challenge Australia? Yeah, I think that'll be fun. Christina, too. I would love the Christina on the challenge. I feel like she seems like a perfect fit. Katie was from, like... Wasn't she on, like, Australian Ninja Warrior? That was a thing, right? Which, by the way, I love how Asaf is like listed as from Celebrity Ninja Warrior on Total Madness. It's like, what the fuck? Like, it's so weird because like he was on Are You the One in the US, so it's like, why isn't he listed as Are You the One? Like, why is he listed as a Celebrity Ninja Warrior? So bizarre. Rogan's first elim ever was with Jay. Yeah, he never had to go in. I'm part of that's because he was purged in the first challenge on Vendettas, but yeah, World Wars 2. Got out of going in, which is fine. Again, like he gets like a lot of flack for that when it's like I feel like that's an impressive element of this game, but whatever. Yeah, I mean Rogan's really good. World Wars 2 in terms of political game. I don't remember much about his Total Madness political game. I remember more about his like physical game. Like I feel like he did really well in eliminations and challenges and stuff in Total Madness. But yeah, I mean, World of Woods 2 is a good political game, though. I mean, to be fair, it's like that entire alliance kind of shares. Like, what's really the big difference between like Rogan and Joss, except for the fact that like Rogan actually got to the end and Joss got purged. Especially when like Joss seemed to be more well liked in the grand scheme of things. Yeah, I mean, I guess you can say that. I guess it matters like how much manipulating Joss really needed. Because like I do think Rogan was definitely more all in on the like the cross team plan than Joss was. But yeah, I would say like I think Kaylee definitely deserves a lot of credit too.
Father said there was.
Actually, I'm still in sequence 1. Whatever. Alright. But yeah, I mean, he's definitely good. I mean, he's surprisingly the only UK person to make it to the end there, which is kind of insane. They literally had an entire team of UK people, and he's the only person from the UK to make the final there. It's such a dumb, like, it's so dumb though. The entire UK versus US. And then Team UK, the winning team, ends up being 1 UK person, 2 Americans, and an Australian. Actually, really 3 Americans if we're including Tori.
Hey,
it's dumb to have CT as an enforcement. And it's like, whatever, to me. It's like, I mean, like, realistically, like, I think it would have been better, if they did, if all 4 would have been foreigners, like all 4 replacements, but like I assume they couldn't do it. Especially with people who had already been on the show before. Because like, who else would you have gotten? Like, obviously D was Australian, and Turbo was Turkish, so it's easy to get those 2. But like, who else at that point are people that can be returning players? Because again, I feel like that's what you would need for these what are they called? Whatever. Reinforcements. As again, like, without that, it's like, why wouldn't you just pick Turbo? You're obviously going to pick Turbo, and you're obviously going to pick D, these 2 people who have already played over these 2 rookies. So it's like you need returning players, but you also need them to be from other countries, which again is hard to do there with the casting pool at that point, where again almost everyone that had been from previous season had been from the UK. I'm trying to think like who, because like I don't think they didn't cast anyone from outside of the UK until World of Worlds 1, right? So it's like, who else could they have gotten from World of Worlds 1? Let's see. Yeah, because like everyone's from the UK. Yeah, so it's like, I mean, like, unless you're getting JP, or bring JP back, or bring Alan, I don't know. Are we getting Shailene? Yeah, so it's like, again, like, you can't really go all in on that idea. I mean, I guess you could just have, no, but then you can't, can you? Yeah, you can't have only one, mercenary, because then it'll be uneven gender. So yeah, I don't know. Again, I think CT makes the most sense though. Like, if you're gonna have a reinforcement that is an American, CT makes the most sense. And then I mean, Ashley Kane would have been a good one to have back there. I'm surprised we never saw him back. Like, is it that MTV didn't want him, or did he say no? Like, obviously I know he had the stuff with his kid more recently, but I don't think that was until, like, a year or so after that, right? Like, I don't think that was, like, during the time of World of Worlds 2. Did he decline? Okay, that makes more sense then. I mean, his daughter passed away, sadly. So, I don't know what's gonna happen there. Yeah, it's pretty tragic. But, yeah, who knows if we see him again. I hope we do, though. It'd be cool. I don't know if he's just forgotten about at this point, though. Like, at the point where they're not even calling Theo back, it's like, I don't know if they're gonna call Ashley back. Yeah, I believe it was a while ago. I'm pretty, like, a year ago or so.
Ezio Auditore? What are you doing here?
Yeah, this is back in April of last year.
I don't... Wait, child. Take a breath. Collect your thoughts. My father and brothers have been imprisoned. I was told to bring you this.
Yeah, that'll be a great storyline for him, to do it for his daughter.
It's
It would be like a motivation for him to eventually come back, but like...
I'll clear everything up. How?
Yeah, don't know how likely it really is, but it'll be cool to see.
Contain evidence of a conspiracy against your
family. I mean, like, I don't hate Rogan. Like, I think Rogan's a great villain, on the show. Like,
Thank you, signore. Of course.
Like, it's like he's great TV. Like, obviously, like, outside of the game, maybe a bit more questionable. But at least on the show, I think he's like a really, like, not likable villain necessarily, but like kind of like a, like the type of guy that you like to hate, like that sort of thing. And I've never minded Joss. I would say, like, again, I didn't find Joss that boring in Vendettas. Like, people like to talk about how boring Joss is. Like, I thought he was fun in Vendettas. He is a bit boring in Final Reckoning and then, World of Woods 2. But, like, I think he has I love, like, one of my favorite moments, probably in the history of the challenge, is the Purge challenge, where Joss goes home. Like, I just love, like, all the reactions there, where, like, Joss and Kaylee are purged out of the game out of nowhere after, like, running the UK team, politically, like, along with Rogan. Fuck off. Okay. Yeah, like, he just gets purged out there after having just told Dee, that she can't swim, and he loses in a swimming challenge because of Kaylee, but still, it's again, it's funny that, like, he never, like, thinks about taking out Kaylee. Yeah, like, she's the reason why he eventually goes home there. And obviously you have to think of, like, him taking out Georgia, and Jenny beforehand, that would have helped him out too. Oh yeah, Kenny's never coming back, I don't think. I just don't think it's, like, I would not be surprised if he at least got, like, availability calls for, like, All-Stars and that sort of thing, but, like, I don't think they're actually going to bite the bullet and bring him back. It just feels like it's not worth the risk. Why am I just, like, yeah, I'm being a fucking idiot and just, like, walking past the objective. Yeah, I just can't imagine them actually, like, putting Kenny on. Like, even if he gets the call and everything, I just don't think they would, like, actually do it. No, I'm too fair. They put Naya on, and they put Jordan on, so it's like, maybe they don't care, but it's still weird to me. Like, we're still like 3 months away from Challenge All-Stars 3. It's so weird that's that far away.
Stand accused of the crime of treason. Have you any evidence to counter this charge?
Yes, the documents that were delivered to you last night.
I'm afraid I know nothing.
Yeah, still months away from the main show. What CBS is filming next month, right? And like all the other World of Worlds. So that's something. So we'll get news on that at least. Like we'll get more official news on the cast, and that'll be fun. Should I do? I mean, I probably won't, to be honest. But like, I wouldn't be opposed to doing like a reaction video to the cast. But like, I just don't know if like, probably, like I know I don't have time on the schedule. But like even beyond that, like I don't know if I'm gonna like take the time to do it as an extra video either. But like I wouldn't be opposed to it. Yeah, Gamer's being a troll and everything. Yeah, at least 4 BB at 23 people. So I mean, again, we know Tiffany. Again, I think it's safe to assume Kylan's. Again, we know Big D got the call. Like, to be honest, actually, when I'm thinking about it now, it's like, I expect there to be, like, more than that. Because, like, I mean, like, if you're putting, like, if you were to ask me, like, who's gonna be on? Like, I would say Tiffany, Kylan, Xavier, Big D, Hannah, probably. Oh, they put, Big D to unlikely? Okay. But either way, like, I would expect, Alyssa, maybe Christian, like, to be honest, I expect, like, a good chunk of the cast. Like, I expect, like, probably 6 to 7 people. Now, I don't think they actually will, because, like, that's a lot to be pulling from one specific cast. But, like, I would not be surprised if there are a lot of BB23 people there. Yeah, but again, I've not been paying attention, actually, to any news in the last few days from the challenge fronts. So I haven't really been keeping up on, like, who's actually on the list, or who's, like, assumed to be on the list and who's not. Mickey is unlikely. Yeah, I think that was already a thing last time I streamed.
And she's made them glow as well. Keep an eye out.
Let's see. How do you look up the... I know there was a thread on the subreddit.
Sergio, thank God. I've been looking everywhere for you.
I couldn't stop them, Annetta.
There we go. Cast and theme spoilers.
But there were so many guards.
Please, come with me. We need to get you.
Yeah, there we go. The mega thread. Is there any updates to this? Let's see.
I'll bring you.
Not really. It's mostly the same.
Dangerous for us to travel together.
No real updates in the last couple days.
My sister's house, just north of the Duomo.
BB23 is a shit season, but a great cast. Yeah, pretty much. I mean, like, I don't know if it's like terrible, but like, you know, yeah, I would have it in my bottom third of BB US seasons. But again, I think it does have a great cast. Oh yeah, CBS did lose the rights to Love Island, which is hilarious, considering how much it seemed like they were trying to make Love Island happen. But yeah, supposedly there was a dispute with CBS and the production team, where the production team, like, where CBS wanted to reduce the number of episodes. And, yeah, they turned it down, so they went and sold to, Peacock. Or, technically to NBC, but it's gonna be on Peacock. Which, should be interesting. Again, now that it's on, Peacock, which again is, like, not on actual TV, they can make it more trashy. Because again, from what I understand, the US version is, like, really toned down. Cool. Yeah, we'll have to see if any of the Love Island people even make it at this point, though. Because I know Gamer did tweet that it's looking unlikely that any Love Island people are on because of the deal. We'll see. BB Can 9 or BB Can 2? I would have BB Can 9. Again, my season rank for BB Can is 5, 9, then 2. Like, those are top 3. And again, the more and more time goes on, like, BB Can 5 might be my favorite season. Like, of Big Brother. Like, I would not be surprised if I eventually, like, think about it, like, and, like, whenever, like, maybe when I do my, top 10 reality season video or whatever, like that, BB Can 10, or BB Can 5 ends up being above, like, BB 10. I mean, like, BB Can 9 is good because of the shit gameplay. Like, I don't mind bad gameplay if everyone is actively playing. Like, the thing that makes BB Can 9 so good is that everyone is playing really hard, but they're all playing so poorly. Like, it's not like this season where everyone's playing poorly, but also, like, hardly anyone is actually even playing. Like, this season has Celebrity Big Brother 3.
Hey, try using Eagle Vision. I've got all day.
Did I say BB Can 5 was top 25? I don't think I ever said that, did I? Oh, are we talking about top 25 seasons? Yeah. Reality TV seasons, yeah. It probably will be.
I think we have the wrong building.
No, this is it.
By the way, should I just... I mean, I might as well just add it to the schedule. Because, like, I haven't... I mean, like, again, like, this is a ways down the road anyway.
It is a pleasure to make.
Yeah, this is October 4th, 2023 would be the date that I was planning on doing it.
I appreciate the kind words, Madonna.
Ti prego. Call me Paola.
Thank you for offering your home to my family, Paola.
It was the least I could do. You must be tired. Perhaps you'd...
No, grazie. I can't stay.
Why? Where are you
I
going?
think, what I name...
To kill Uberto Alberti.
Okay.
I understand your desire for vengeance.
I wish I named the video. I'm not that far, again, so far away, but just top 25 reality TV seasons of all time.
But I can make
should I add the social strategy element of it, or should I just keep it to reality TV?
I'm going to teach you how to survive.
I guess I'll keep it to reality TV because, like, I would want to put Amazing Race 5 at least. Yeah, so it'll probably just be reality TV seasons all time. Yeah, so let's add that to the schedule. Why not? Even though it's fucking, like, so long from now, but whatever. There we go.
Discretion is paramount in my profession. We must walk the streets.
Like 25, I think potentially the top challenge seasons could make it. Yeah, if it was top 10, for sure they're not making it. Yeah, that's my problem with, like, calling it reality. Is that, like, because I think when people see reality, like, in terms of people that are outside of, like, the scope of people that already watch my channel, like, I think there's the assumption that, oh, it's going to be, like, Real Housewives and, like, Keeping Up with Kardashians and, like, some other shit like that, when it's like, you know, obviously that's not why I would rank. But, like, I also don't, like, want to necessarily, I don't know, maybe, like, reality competition seasons, but that just seems, like, that's just an awkward title. And also, I think even with that, like, it's probably even then, like, not restrictive enough. In the sense that that's not necessarily taking out, like, things like The Voice, and, like, American Idol and stuff like that. Reality competition TV seasons. Competitive reality TV seasons, that's still not good. Alright, let's see. Like, what is, actually, let's pause this real quick. Yeah, so, like, if you look up, like, Survivor, what is it classified as? On, like, Wikipedia and stuff. Like, what does it say? Reality competition television franchise. Alright, yeah, I guess I probably will do reality competition. I mean, is there anything that isn't a competition that I would include? Probably not, right? Like, I'm trying to think, like, is there anything? Like, like, am I really going to include, like, Joe Schmo? Probably not. And that's not even really reality. Yeah, because that's, like, technically scripted. Yeah, so, I mean, I guess it, like, all of it would be competition. Like, A&W is technically not real. Like, I just include it just because it is a show that I review. Like, technically, American Ninja Warrior is a sports entertainment show. I think is technically what it's called. Actually, Google classifies it as a reality show. But Yeah, it's a sports entertainment reality show. Like, I don't know, would I even include A&W? Like, would a season of A&W make it? I don't know. I'm trying to think, what was my number one season? It was like, wasn't it A&W 11 on my season ranking? Which has not aged well, by the way. The season ranking video for American Ninja Warrior. I praise Drew Dressel so much in that video. It has not aged well. But yeah, like, I don't know. Like, would a season make it? I don't know. I don't think it will, if I'm being honest. Like, the problem with A&W is that the seasons are so drawn out. That, yeah, like, I just don't think a season of A&W is going to make it. What Drew post-season? Well, technically, it wasn't, he didn't do it post-season. Well, I mean, I guess, well, whatever. Either way, he had sex with minors.
Haven't I seen you before? Never seen an old pizza town.
So again, Drew Dressel's a terrible human being. God damn it. Oh yeah, All-Star Shore. Should I bother doing All-Star Shore? Am I gonna watch All-Star Shore? Probably not, right?
Discretion is paramount in my profession. We must walk the streets freely, seen but unseen.
Top 25 reality competition TV seasons of all time.
My girls will show you how.
That just sounds weird, though. Alright, let's just pause this again. So, it's like, has anyone done a list like this before? Like, on YouTube? I mean, like, I see, like, oh, like I look up the exact title of what I planned the video to be. And again, this is for, like, fucking a year and 8 months down the road from now, but whatever. The first thing that comes up is the best 20 reality shows of all time. So, like, what's on this list? Let's just see. Okay, looks like RuPaul is on here, Real Housewives, and Big Brother Survivor. Let's see. I don't know. I guess I probably will just go with reality competition. Because I do see things that do say reality competition. Do I take out the TV? Maybe that makes it sound better. Top 25 reality competition seasons? Is that better? I don't know. I think it sounds better, but like it doesn't look better. But I don't know, whatever. I think we'll keep it at that for now. Again, this is so far down the road that it really doesn't matter what I have it for now. But yeah, I guess we'll keep it with that. By the way, there's so many. Like, I'm just looking at the schedule right now. There's so many videos coming up. It's that. Like, I'm looking at, what is this, next 16 videos? Only 7 of them are currently done. So that's kind of a bit different. Usually, I do work ahead of time quite a bit on the channel. So it's like for me to be at a point where, like, under half of the next, like, videos in the foreseeable future being already done is very abnormal. Should watch Love Island UK Season 5 before doing the ranking. I guess Love Island would fit, actually, wouldn't it? Because it's technically a competition,
like what
right?
You see?
Honorary Memento Manus is Logan laying pipe on D, and then 20 minutes later giving Bananas the green light to throw her in. Was that? I don't even remember that in Total Menace. Like, I remember, like, obviously I just watched World War II, so it's like, I remember, like, Rogan, like, throwing her under the bus there. That was fun. Where the fuck are the crowds? Okay, well that's going well. There we go. Never saw it, but here it's the best one. Yeah, I don't know. Like, I don't know how interested I am in watching Love Island UK. And actually, and I just realized, like, I'm not even probably interested. Like, I did talk about this, like, what was it, last stream or 2 streams ago? Where I talked about Love Island US. Like, my purpose of watching it's gone now. Like, the point I was gonna, like, the reason I was gonna watch Love Island US is because it was gonna be connected to this, to CBS Challenge, and CBS Challenge moving forward because I'm assuming we're getting more seasons. But, like, now with that not being as connected, it's like, I don't care enough to watch fucking Love Island US. Yeah, Peacock saved me. Thank God. Thank God CBS were idiots and lost the rights to the show. Yeah, I hear the UK one's better. And yeah, I assume it is going to be better on fuck. Can you blend in, please? Thank you. But yeah, I assume it's going to be better on Peacock. Hey, the main squeeze. By the way, yeah, I haven't talked much about Australian Survivor, have I? Either. I mean, I guess I kind of did earlier on. I didn't really get into too much specifics outside of the croc boot, though, but it's whatever. Is Peacock trashy? Not necessarily, but I think they're less family-friendly, like, obsessed with being family-friendly than CBS is. I mean, to be fair, though, NBC is also very into the sob story and that sort of thing. Look at that poppin', what the fuck. But yeah, like, A&W obviously has a great focus on that, and then I remember, like, when I was watching American Idol when I was younger, or not American Idol, America's Got Talent, I mean, like, that was big into sob stories. The Voice is big into sob stories, right? So again, like, I just think that's the thing with those shows.
Once you've stolen from someone, Ezio, you mustn't linger.
Somebody stop it!
I mean, like, Challenge All-Stars, like, is uncensored, but it's, like, it's also not really. Like, the only difference is that they're cursing. It's, like, outside of that, it's pretty much just the normal challenge.
You must leave once you've picked their pocket.
American Idol, oh yeah, well, yeah. American Idol, what network is American Idol on? It was on Fox, right, initially? Oh, I had to do it from the actual people now, right? Yeah, so I mean, I guess really just in general, it's just shows like that. I mean, I'll be honest, I didn't even notice that they were cursing in the Challenge All-Stars. Like, again, if you can't tell from these streams, I curse a lot anyway, and I don't really care about cursing. Like, it doesn't, like, mean anything to me. So, like, I didn't even realize that they were cursing on the show until someone pointed it out.
You can go now, girls.
Oh, do we have to? So innocent. He's cute.
Real Housewives spin-off.
We need to find you a suitable
is there a real... Or are we talking about, like, the different versions of Real Housewives? Actually, what channel is Real Housewives on? That's, like, Bravo, right?
How did you get them?
When you heard Darrell's confessionals? Yeah, I didn't even notice.
I assume you're familiar with Leonardo
until probably like a few episodes into All Stars 1.
Painter factor into this?
He's far more than that. Bring him the pieces. You'll see.
Before I go, one last question, if I may.
Of course.
Why are you giving your age so readily?
There's a lot of popping going on. This is the first time I am playing this on PS5. I don't know, it doesn't seem to run the best so far. There's a lot of pop-in. There's a lot of, like, weird, like, I don't know if it's frame rate? Like, it just feels like a bit jittery when you're, like, moving the camera. Voice acting is awful. Not for back in the day.
I'm sorry, I'll go.
I think Ezio's portrayal is, like, solid. I mean, to be fair, it's like, I think it, like, probably 2 is the weakest one, but also it's like setting Ezio up. Where he comes off like kind of whiny here, but also develops over the course of this game. But yeah, I mean, like a lot of like the other characters are like kind of Fuck off. Actually, when's the acting actually get like really good in Assassin's Creed? Because like Assassin's Creed 1, the acting's like kind of mediocre, especially because like they have this really weird voice for Altair. I think AC2's kind of wonky. Like Brotherhood's like super cartoony. Oh fuck off. Like it's really not until Revelations, I guess, that the acting gets a bit better, especially from Ezio's standpoint. But again, I feel like that's a lot of that's more so writing, though. I feel like just the writing is better. So I guess it's like AC3 is where the acting gets better. Or like Haytham is acted really well. And Connor's acted well enough considering his character. Oh, fuck off. I mean, it is an American guy playing an Italian character. So definitely just like wonkiness and just that aspect of it. Cool. What's going on? Whatever. Is there anyone on All-Stars 2 that you wouldn't say is an OG? I mean, like, even like Jeanne and like Jasmine and them, I think is like questionable. Like they debuted in Rivals. Like for me, OG. Like when I think of OG, I think of like pre-Ruins. Like to me, the Ruins is kind of like the ending of like the old school challenge to me. But like I think Fresh Meat 2 kind of like starts a new era. Fine. Is Jeanne that much fun of TV? Like I really like Jeanne. I think Jeanne is like a really likable figure. But like I never found Jeanne to be like the most riveting TV. Like Jasmine is interesting TV, but even then, like she wasn't that interesting in All Stars. But like in her original run, she's really good TV.
We can get into the piazza. Today's final bonfire is still an hour.
I mean, yeah, Kayla's gonna be good TV, or should be at least. But I mean, she's definitely not an OG, but also it's like. Whatever, I guess. Like, I guess it doesn't... Like, at the end of the day, like, that's why they didn't name the show, We Want OGs or whatever. It's because I think they knew that they weren't going to keep it to OGs. Because, like, I think All-Stars 1, like, is mostly OG... Like, I think the only question person's Jemmy, right? Who else is on All-Stars 1? But, like, everyone else is, like, actually from an older season. So it's like All-Stars 1 like fully fits within the theme to me. Yeah, so you got and Jeanne. I'm a fucking idiot. I forgot Jeanne was on that season too. But yeah, you got like who did anyone debut after Ruins except for those two? Kellyanne's like close, but she technically is before. Yeah, so most of it's from before. So, Jemmy debuted in Battle of the Seasons, which was season 23. Which I believe she is the latest person to debut. And I believe she's the youngest person on the cast, right? Like her is Jeanne, but I'm pretty sure Jemmy is younger. By the way, like, I'm surprised Jemmy is as young as she is. Like, just looking at her cast photo from All Stars, like, I would have assumed she's like 40-ish. But, whatever, I guess. She's 33 now. Which I believe Jeanne's like 34, right? Or is she also 33? Oh, she's also 33, so. I guess they're the same age. But yeah, like Jemmy did debut later though. Jemmy hasn't aged well. Yeah, I'll be honest. Also, like I don't think Jemmy's ever looked that young. Like even in her original run, like I don't think she's ever looked particularly young, even though I believe she was. Like how old was she when in Battle of the Season? That was 2012, so that was 10 years ago. So she was 23. I mean, I guess she does look fine, like up until like she returns into like Dirty 30 on. I think like she kind of looks a bit older, but like that was only technically 5 years ago, so she was like her late 20s by that point. So whatever, I guess. Anissa debut, I believe it was Battle of the Sexes 1, right, which was season 6. I believe, yeah. So that means Anissa debuted before. Even CT or Darrell. It's what Darrell debuted in the Gauntlet, right? And then CT debuted in the Inferno. Which fire-making challenge you liked more, Lydia versus Phoebe or Ben versus Mel? Probably Lydia versus Phoebe, just because I really didn't give a shit about during the Ben versus Mel. Did they really give that much of a shit? I mean, I guess I like Phoebe. Like, yeah, that was fun at least. I didn't give a shit about the Mel versus Ben, especially because like I knew Ben was gonna lose, so it's like, who cares? Just let Ben lose already. Let's get this over with. Who do I expect to be on the favorites team? I think we already know who's going to be on, don't we? For the most part. Like, I'm pretty sure like we have like a list of names. But it's like a lot of older school BBAU players. I don't think there is a single, like, from the last couple seasons person on there. But again, that might not be the entire list, and it might not actually be a list for all I know. But I know there is a list out there. But yeah, Tim is back. That should be fun in itself. Tim Dormer. And again, Tim playing a game that more favors him than BB can. Like it's like a mix of the game that he won and BB can, so it's like he should do well. Yeah, I don't think they brought any of them back. That is unless there's been like changes since then. But again, like this was a list that the season filmed like 3 months ago now. So like I would assume the list would be out there. And like I did see a list.
Of course. Come this way.
Let's see.
All right.
Actually, when's that season going to air? It's probably what, like still 3 or 4 months away.
I don't know, Ezio. Despite its age, the construction is rather advanced. I've never seen anything quite like it. I'm afraid there's not much I can do without the original plans. Mi dispiace.
Oh, I guess the leaked list only had 6 people on it. Is that what it is? So we only know 6 of the 12. So like there technically could be more. I mean, like we know that there's more. We know there's 12. So yeah, there'll probably actually be more.
Leonardo, remarkable.
So who knows? Like yeah, I would assume they would want Danny back, even though they obviously had him already for VIP. Like they clearly love Danny, and I would like to see it.
The blade. I managed to decode that parchment.
Where is it? It's just like a news article from a while back now.
To remove your ring finger. Really? I'm sorry, but this is how it must be done. The blade is designed to ensure the commitment of whoever wields it.
Oh, I see an article from
Bene. Do it quickly.
A bit more recently, actually.
I was only having fun, Ezio. Though the blade once required a sacrifice, it's been modified.
Big Brother Back to the futuristically shot at the end of last year. Wow, is this the list then? Maybe it's only... I thought it was 12 people, but this one says 8. And this one has, like, more of the list. Or, like, has, like, what they claim to be the full list. Which, again, I don't know any of these people. Outside of Tim. I mean, like, I know of Tully, right? Or did I watch Tully? Either way, I don't know most of these people, though. So, that's something. Yeah, let's see. Yeah, that's the article I just saw. That's not the one that I've... Yeah, like, this article is one from a little while back. It's that one. But, what are we doing here? No.
Incredible. Yes, it is. Tell me, do you have other...
Yeah, Danny was on VIP.
Sorry, only the one.
They should watch BB VIP. I guess it's not on Paramount Plus, is it?
Please.
They put VIP on.
You have my word. Thank you for fixing this.
I think it went as you would expect it to.
Open this door!
Just a moment. Wait here.
Yeah, he didn't really have much of a chance there.
Are you Leonardo da Vinci?
See, how may I be of service?
I need you to answer some
But yeah,
questions.
it was still fun though.
Certainly.
For a short time he was there. It's still weird though that he was even on there.
What seems to be the trouble?
A witness claims to have seen you consorting with an...
Yeah, like, I don't know any of these people outside of Tim. Actually, I know Tully. I just forgot. Like, was she on Tim's season?
Or spoke with Ezio Auditore?
Because, like, I feel like I actually...
We know you were close with
Yeah, she
Giovanni.
was.
Perhaps this will help to clear your head.
Right?
Ready
Or was
to
it the
talk?
season before?
What about now?
No, she was on the season. Yeah, she was on the season with Tim. Again, I watched that season, but it's so long ago
Ready to talk?
that I barely remembered it. Oh no, I think I'm getting... okay, so I do... Like, again, I remember the name Tully and everything. I'm getting her confused with Jade, though, who's the runner-up of the season. I remember he really liked Tehan, or whatever her name is.
Had enough yet?
This is fucking dumb. By the way, looking at Tully's cast photo, it looks ridiculous. Like her cast photo from her original season. Where, to give reference...
What about now?
to give reference, and I'll post this in the chat. Like, what is this cast photo?
Tell me what I want to know and we can end
like,
this.
it looks like she's like...
Had enough
like,
yet?
this is like a photo on the cover of like a porno or something.
Grazie, Ezio.
One of the most infamous housemates in Big Brother Australia history, garnered controversy in the house for having a girlfriend at home, so she became intimate with housemate Anthony Drew. I think that's what you would guess from the cast photo. Became despised by a large portion of the Australian public, resulting in her eviction week 8. She briefly re-entered the house on day 85 as part of a task, where she whispered in Drew's ear, "I'm single," and kissed him before once again leaving. Okay, that seems apt. Do you think Back to the Future is a dumb subtitle? I mean, like, it's not the greatest, but it's also like I don't know, it's like inoffensive to me. Like, it's a bit wordy. I think they could have cut it down a bit, but I don't like absolutely hate it. Yeah, it's definitely better Spies, Lies, and Allies. It's shot from the same people who made the Celebrity Brother memory wall photos. I still find it so weird that, again, it's so fucking weird that, like, the memory wall photos are the same photos as the cast photos that they released that I use in my videos. Like, the photos from the Celebrity Brother that I use in the cast assessment, and I'm going to use in the player ranking and whatnot. Like, those photos are the same photos as the ones that are on the memory wall, just that they bothered to put, like, the same background in all of them. Yeah, like, why didn't they use those photos for the memory wall? Like, why on the memory wall is it, like, why is it the ones, like, that are unedited? Like, it's so weird. Spice-Light Allies isn't, like, offensive in the way that, like, you typically use the word offensive, but it's offensive in the sense that it's fucking dumb, and it's a bad name. But, like, when I say, like, it's inoffensive in terms of the Back from the Future, it's just, like, it doesn't give me, like, I don't have a reaction to it. Like, I don't care, really, that it's called that. Well, like, with Spies, Lies, and Allies, I think, oh, this is a fucking dumb name for a season. Is it better named Bloody Hell? I don't know. Again, like, Bloody Hell was the original name for War of the Worlds 2. Which is also, again, it's funny that you can clearly tell, like, when watching World of the Worlds 2, that every single time TJ says World of the Worlds 2, it's like ADR. So I do find that funny.
You were gone for quite a while.
But, yeah, Bloody Hell's not the greatest title either.
That he does.
Oh, yeah, I actually, yeah, in reality, I do think Spies, Lies, and Allies is better than Heroes versus Healers versus the Hustlers. But again, even there, I could barely even fucking say it. Like, at least I can say Spies, Lies, and Allies.
According to my girls, he'll be attending an unveiling tonight of Verrocchio's latest work. It will be held at the Santa Croce Cloister.
Yeah, I just don't get what they were thinking with HHH.
Of course,
like, it's so weird.
As if they were my
like, that's actually a theme that they put together. I mean, like, HHH has to be the worst theme Survivor's done, right? I mean, again, I guess, like, Race Wars of Cook Island and that sort of thing, but, like, in terms of, like, actual, like, they actually theme, I guess technically they did theme Cook Islands after the race stuff, but whatever. Like, at least the ones that are actually named after their theme. Like, HHH is for sure the worst one.
Isn't that... There! He's bolting!
Yeah, and, yeah, at least in terms of how the game played out, yeah, like, at least... Do I not have a sword? Do you not get a sword in this game until... Oh, yeah, not until you get to Mario again. I forgot about that. Why is... Not quite.
Remember what I taught you, ragazzi?
Survivor wouldn't survive the backlash now if they took the Cook Islands team. Probably not. I don't know. Like, I do wonder, like, how offensive would that be now? I guess it would be, like, pretty offensive, right? But it's like, I don't know. It's like, I didn't hate the idea in terms of, like, I think it's an interesting, like, from a social experiment sort of, like, standpoint of seeing these tribes based on race and everything. Again, like, it definitely feels like a jump the shark moment for the series. I think definitely, like, when you first hear of it, it's like, oh, definitely, like, what the fuck are they doing? But, like, I think there's at least, like, an interesting dynamic to it. And it also forced them to cast, like, diverse people. Which is interesting, even though cast for Cook Islands is very wonky, mainly because they cast people who had no clue what the fuck the show was, in order to meet that requirement. But it is weird. Like, I feel like if you mix the cast of Cook Islands and Fiji together, you would have had, like, a pretty perfect cast. But instead, like, both of them have, like, glaring people that are like, why the fuck are they on here? And Cook Island's probably more so. I guess I'll talk about it when I get around doing the cast ranking. Yeah, it is funny. Yeah, the most diverse season. Was it 2005? I think it's like 2007, isn't it? Because what, All Stars was 2004. So 2005 would have been Palau and Guatemala. So I guess Cook Islands would have been late 2006, right? Or am I miscounting? Either way. What was Cook Islands? Of course, I'm a fucking idiot. I literally just looked up Cook Islands and assumed that Survivor would come up. It was 2006. So 2006, and then early 2007 was Fiji. yeah, more than meets the eye. Again, I really don't care really about the subtitle or the actually, I guess that is the subtitle of the season, right? Technically.
Come, friends. I've fresh caught leeches today.
Because, like, the thing is, like, they don't brand it as that. Like, it's not ever, like, in the actual logo of the show or anything. It's more so like a tagline. It's like, I just don't think it really affects anything. Imagine if Yul and Earl were cast together. Yeah, that would have been... I wonder, how long was Earl in the casting pool? Like, because we know that, like, Earl was called at the last second to be on the show, and he was, like, a last-second replacement and stuff. But, like, I do wonder, like, how long was he actually in the casting pool, though, for? Because, like, we know that, like, the reason why the cast of Fiji is so diverse is because they used, like, the people that they had already recruited for Cook Islands. But yeah, I do wonder, like, were all those people that were on Fiji that were recruited there, like, were they all in contention for Cook Islands? So, like, was, like, Earl actually in consideration for Cook Islands? Because that would have been interesting.
Yes, I would.
And I have. Yeah, Cyberbear 3 is the worst TV season. It is, like, also, like, it is weird, like, the review, because, like, again, I pre-recorded a lot of it. But, like, when I pre-recorded part of it, like, I was not as negative on it as I feel like I am now. Where, like, I was still negative on it. Like, I started off the review saying, like, oh, I'm mixed. Like, there were good things about it, but, like, overall, it's like, who cares? Which is, like, dude, for still my opinion now. But I feel like now I'm probably more actually negative. So, like, I don't know if I'm going to bother re-recording the intro or not, but there might be a bit of a tonal shift part of the way through. Does Gabon have a top 100 player? Probably not. Like, I just didn't care. Like, I think beyond the Shayna round, like, I just started to not care about the season. And even before that, I actually, like, even during the Chris Kirkpatrick round, where he was HOH, I mean, like, when Mariah was going home, like, I just didn't really even care then. And for me, it's like the week 1 was really good, and then rounds 3 and 4 were solid. But, like, everything else was just kind of eh. And, again, when I pre-recorded the review, it was immediately after the Shayna boo. Where, like, even then, I was still not feeling great, but, like, that was probably my peak of, like, being interested in the season. But, like, after that, it's just, like, a complete steamroll from Todrick and Misha. That's just kind of boring. You have a lot of the ickiness surrounding Todrick. Not even just, like, with, like, what he's actually doing in the house, but also just, like, how the community reacted to it. Where, like, with just, like, so much negativity of people, like, just bashing on Todrick over and over and over again. It's just, like, so repetitive and so boring. And it's just, like, I just don't care. Like, I don't want to listen and, like, hear all these people, like, continuously bash on Todrick. It's like, I get it. It's like, yes, he's not a good person. But, like, it's just, like, I don't know, it's just, like, feels like, eh. It's just, like, it's not really, like, fun to be following the season. Yeah, like, I don't think there's a top 100 player from Gabon. Yeah, I think the best player is, like, it's debatably between Kenny and Maddie. But, yeah, I don't think either of them are top 100.
What would you have me do then?
I've seen posters all across the district.
Actually, I wonder, like, what seasons don't have a single top 100 player? Like, is it only Gabon? I feel like there probably are other seasons.
And they'll speak of other things.
But, oh shit, didn't mean to do that. Like, what other seasons are there, though? Actually, maybe not, though, because I feel like most winners would end up landing in the top 100. Like, I feel like it's rare that one doesn't.
I've added a program for tracking notoriety.
Yeah, like Nicaragua, but yeah, I feel like Chase is probably top 100. Though, to be fair, I think Chase is probably, like, barely. Again, like I think Chase played a very good game in Nicaragua, but I think there is like hesitancy in terms of like him overall in the grand scheme of things. Where like I just don't know how actually like good he is, like in terms of like how he would do with like most casts, as opposed to like he just had a really good cast for him in Nicaragua, particularly with people like a Jane and a Holly, who aren't necessarily like people that are getting cast like every season, especially like multiple, because again like it was a season that was like the young versus old, and I do think he's someone that was able to like click pretty well with the older people. What am I doing? Oh, I'm trying to... Okay, I'm a fucking idiot. Yeah, Edge of Extinction I was thinking of, but it's like Kelly Wentworth is for sure a top 100 player. David Wright is for sure a top 100 player. So it's like if we're including... And Aubrey. So it's like if we're including returning players, then like that's definitely in there. And like even if we're taking it out, it's like... Actually, I don't know. Is there a newbie that's a top 100 player? I think that's probably borderline. Like, I think probably leaning towards no. Right? I'm trying to think. Like, would Victoria make it? Like, would Gavin make it? Like, I don't think so. I don't know. Like, I'm interested. Like, I mean, this will be so far down the road, but like, I am interested when I eventually do get around to doing the ranking of every Survivor player, because I do think it would be interesting to properly like see where people actually land. More so than just like kind of guess at where they would land. Yeah, I would say there's an argument for Chris being in there too. So yeah, where did I have Chris on my winner player ranking? Because like he wasn't at the bottom. I just want to see like what comes up if you look up winner player ranking. My video does come up. It's number 2. Whatever. Amber. So Bob's at the bottom. So again, Gabon, whatever. Amber's on All Stars. So obviously, like that's not. Natalie White, Samoa. I would say Russell, despite his flaws, is probably still a top 100 player. Then in Nicaragua, Jenna. I mean, Rob's sister Nino is probably a top 100 player. Then you got Chris. So I don't know. Maybe Edge of Extinction, if we're taking out returnees, might be there. Aris in Panama. Is Panama? Oh, Suri. You got Suri. Never mind. Yeah. I think if it wasn't for Suri, though, I think that might be close. Because I think Aris is probably barely squeaking 100 if he does. And then beyond that, it's just Suri. Yeah, I'm just not paying attention. Who else do we got, though? Yeah, Brian Heideck. Oh, actually, Borneo? And Richard Hatch. And Kermo, and there's top 100 player. Yeah, I'm like, Richard Hatch, I mean, I guess he's top 100. Probably. I do find it funny people that say that, oh, Richard Hatch is the best player because he's the first winner. Because that's just such a fucking dumb argument. Yeah, Rich is overall kind of tough to gauge because, like, you can only assess him from Borneo, which was a cast that, like, again, obviously didn't know the game or anything. Like, no one really knew what they were doing. And then you have All Stars, where it's like he had such a massive target on his back there that you can't properly even rate him there. Fuck off. Oh yeah, I definitely enjoyed Big Brother VIP more than Celebrity Big Brother 3. Oh yeah, I had Big Brother VIP, ranks number 6 of the reality shows from last year? Maybe 7, somewhere in that range. Like, it was it was pretty much in the middle, right? Where, like, this would be in last. Like I mean, like if I'm comparing it to last year's list, like I think Spies, Lies, and Allies would probably still have to be at the bottom. But I think this is like around the spot where I'd have double agents. Like I did not like this season.
Another. Well, with all these foreigners about it.
Is the merge vote off in Borneo the most what the fuck vote in Survivor history? Probably. Yeah, like obviously it's the most like split plurality wise in terms of like there's like the most votes going in multiple directions. Where what? It's a 4-1 to 1 to 1 to 1 to 1 to 1 vote, right? Because it's 4 votes on Gretchen and 1 vote on 6 other people. Where it's what? Greg has immunity. And then I think everyone else gets a vote but Kelly and one other person, right? Who would it be? Is it Colleen? It's probably Colleen, right? Who else doesn't get a vote? Because what, 7 people get votes out of the tribal, and 1 has immunity. So yeah, it's Colleen and Kelly Wigglesworth, I'm pretty sure. So that's something. Would it be more interesting in Big Brother VIP than a civilian version of Big Brother Australia? Not necessarily, but I would be more interested in Big Brother, the civilian version, being formatted like Big Brother VIP. Did Sean voted for Colleen? Who didn't get a vote then? Wait, let's look this up. Fuck, I was gonna look up Big Brother Borneo. I'm a fucking idiot. I could have sworn Sue got a vote, but I might be wrong. I feel like Sue's the one I'm less confident about, though. Yeah, Sue got a vote from Jervis. Rich got a vote from Colleen. Who didn't get a vote? Okay, Rich got a vote. Oh, Sean! Sean didn't get voted for? Really? It's really Kelly and Sean are the 2 people that didn't get voted for? I really didn't remember Sean voting for Colleen. But yeah, I guess it makes sense with the alphabet strategy. Yeah, I guess she is first, isn't she? That's insane to me. I really did not remember that. Anyways, then... Yeah, Greg voted for Jenna. Jenna voted for Jervis. So 2 of their own vote for... 2 of the Pagong members vote for their own. Yeah, Sean had the alphabet strategy. Jervis always hated Sue. Colleen voted for Richard forever. Gretchen voted for Rudy. Yeah. Wednesday vote. I still want to do that video. I've talked about this for a while, that I want to do a video where I rank every plurality vote in the History of Survivor. The problem with that idea, though, is that includes split votes, which I think it kind of lessens the appeal of the video. But also it's weird to quantify what's a split vote and what isn't. So I would have to include it in there.
Were you successful?
But either way, I still would like to do that video at some point.
Ezio, where have you been?
I don't know how many there are though. For all I know, maybe there's a billion.
Spoken a single word since we left the house. Father will need to sort things out. Where is
because even in Borneo, it's there are technically 3 plurality votes already.
Something's happened.
What do you mean?
Because there's the Sonia vote, which is a 4 to 3 to 1.
It's impossible.
You have the Gretchen vote, and then you have the Jenna vote, which is also a 4 to 3 to 1. And to be fair, Borneo is its own special case.
Right now what matters is getting us all someplace safe. But to do that, I need to stay focused.
Do a video of what if there was a minority vote split when Idol was played by the majority.
Will you watch over Mother for me?
Maybe. I mean, how many situations are there though, where that's the case?
Then we are ready. Thank you again for everything.
Because, like, the thing about the minority vote split is the minority vote split only matters when both the minority and the majority... Well, I guess it's like when the minority expects... No, it's when the minority and the majority both have idols, right? Because the minority needs to have the idol to cause the votes on the majority to matter, but then the majority also needs to play their idol to make the split actually matter also.
On me.
I know we're talking about the John Hennigan. But, like, I just don't know how many other situations that could have even happened anyway. Because, like, there needs to be two idols played. One by the majority group and one by the minority group. So it's like, there's not really many situations in Survivor history up until the point where it would have mattered anyway. I mean, like, there's situations where people could have done it. It's just that, again, like, it wouldn't have mattered in most of those situations. Because again, for a minority vote split, it's like, you're in the minority already. Which is the reason why, like, I don't understand why people weren't already doing minority vote splits. Considering once you know you're in a minority, like, I think there's, like, many points throughout history where it would have been beneficial for them. Even though, again, it wouldn't have mattered anyway. But I do think, like, just from a pure probability standpoint, it would have been better for them if they had split the votes in the minority. But, yeah, like, I'm just looking at... So, like... Winners at War... They couldn't have, right? At the vote where Nally used her idol. Yeah, because Michelle had immunity, so there was no one to really split it on except for Denise. They could have, like, put a vote on Denise. But either way, Denise goes home that tribal anyway, so again, really, it doesn't matter as much. Because, like, either way, they were banking. I guess in that situation, then, like... Well, no, Tony would still have to waste his idol because he doesn't know for sure who they're putting the votes on, if it's Ben or Tony. So, yeah, I mean, that situation doesn't really matter. Denise plays two idols, so, I mean, that's nothing. I guess the Dean vote? Is that a thing? No, because the minority person goes... Yeah, because that doesn't... when Dean uses his idol, I mean. But, yeah, that doesn't matter. Because, like, Jamal plays his idol incorrectly. So again, there's just, like, there's almost no situation where this actually matters. Because it's a very specific situation where a minority vote split is actually effective. It's just that, it's like, why aren't you doing it when you can do it? Because, like, in the case that it does actually happen, then it is obviously, like really game-changing.
All right, go.
I thought about minority vote split. It's just that it's like, again, like, it's just something that doesn't end up mattering most of the time. But I was surprised that more people hadn't actually done it yet. Because, like, even up until that point, that was the first time anyone had actually done it, is in the one specific time in Survivor history where, like, it actually mattered to do it.
I don't know.
Again, there's so much popping going on. The PS5 version of this is pretty fucked. Like, there's a lot of weird graphical things going on here.
What will happen to our house?
I don't know.
Were they given a proper burial?
Yes.
Yeah, like, how many plurality votes are there, though? I'm sure there's a lot. And you got 3 in Borneo. Do you have any in South Pacific? Maybe just in general, tied votes. Ranking all the tied votes. That'd be fun, too. How many are there? Let's see. There's 1 in Borneo. 2 in... Fuck, there's like 2... There's like 2 per season for a while. And there's not any in Marquesas. Not any in Thailand. Not any in Amazon. Okay, actually, it goes for a while without another tie vote. Holy shit, is there not another tie vote? Wow. There's no tie vote from Africa until Palau. I guess that's because of the... Well, I guess, no, I'm a fucking idiot. The Rocks tribal. But either way, I mean, like, Yeah, I mean, I guess the rocks like really scared them off, didn't it? It's like from Kathy with the rocks in Marquesas. There isn't another tied vote until Palau.
Grazie Dio.
I mean, I guess like before the idol play though, there's no point, is there? So I guess that's probably actually more of a factor, is because like obviously now it's more prominent that we get tie votes because there's idols in play and you need to split votes, and obviously there's like dangers with that where you could counterplay this the split vote to try to create your own majority and all that stuff. It's like there's more situations to do there now, but
how could you leave a Firenze without
yeah, back then when there wasn't idols and everything, I guess there's no real incentive to split the vote. But yeah, there's like 3 ties in Palau. None in Guatemala, none in Panama. So, I mean, again, my charts don't have the final 4 listed as a tie.
Father and brothers. What will happen now that there's no one left to help you?
But either way.
I have such wonderful things in store for your mother and sister.
But yeah, maybe that's a video too. It's tied votes.
I grow tired of this game. Finish him, and do not spare the women. What
I'm just jotting the video idea down because I actually don't have that
Not
listed.
sorcery, boy. Skill.
Show yourself.
As you wish. Here, use
There we
this.
go.
Kill them. Kill them all.
Make it chat back up. There we go. Funny question. When I review Blood vs. Water, will I think I'm going to go Blood and Water. I think I'm going to talk about JLP just like neglecting the tribe names. And like, why the fuck did they name the tribe Blood and Water? But I think at the end of the day, I will call it Blood Tribe, Water Tribe. Fuck off. Oh my god, are you fucking serious? Whatever, there we go. Ranking the purges? Maybe? There's not that many though, is there? Because like, purges didn't even become a thing until Invasion, right? Like, it's not until very recently, and like they stopped doing it, right? After Warlords 2. Also, we're including the like the final, like the eliminations in the final.
You have my thanks.
How do 3-2-1 votes happen?
Do I know you from somewhere?
What do you mean, how do 3-2-1 votes happen? I mean, it's essentially what a vote that's usually it's a vote that's going to be tied, but then I guess it's not necessarily, is it? Like with Suri, it's more so, and like Suri is openly talked about it. Like she did not realize she was doing a 3-2-1. Like, even though like Suri gets a lot of credit for the creation of the 3-2-1, like this, the first time someone actively creates a vote where you get the majority. I guess it's actually not even true, because I guess technically Taki does that in Borneo, but whatever, gets the majority without, or gets someone voted out without directly having the majority of the votes.
Tell me everything.
He's like, technically, Taki does it with the 4-3-1 against Jenna.
They came for me.
But, yeah, 3-2-1, it's like, with Suri, it's like her wanting to get rid of Courtney, so she gets Ars and Danielle, but it just so happened that Shane was voting for Danielle because he made a promise to Ars that he wasn't going to vote Ars, so he votes for Danielle, and then Terry and Courtney were under the assumption that everyone was voting for Ars, so they voted for Ars. Well, and also Terry wanted Ars out.
These are honest, hard-working people. Our shops
I mean, how many 3-2-1s have there been in Survivor history? Like, not even just plurality votes, but like actual, just straight up 3-2-1s. I don't feel like they happen that often, right? Like, I know in Cambodia it happens
a strange man who carry all kinds of
with the Monica vote.
Keep your eyes open, and you might discover a few of them yourself.
And like Tony's is a variation of it. It's actually a more difficult version of it, with Tony voting out Sophie in a 4-3-2 vote.
I wish I could do something about it, but I just don't have the time or money to fix things up. Guess that's life.
And it's also blindsiding someone with the knight on their pocket. And it's also like completely flipping the power structure, which is why that move's so great.
It's most impressive, Uncle.
You were considered a purge in War of the Worlds, but not the elimination challenges like Hunter. Okay, so you're talking about like when, Kara, when Kara gets eliminated from the match.
Men in the market are expecting you. Return here when you're finished, and we'll begin.
Oh, there's not that many of them though, right? There's only like what, one?
I thought you'd come here to train.
No, Uncle. I came here to escape.
There's what, one in Invasion.
And I intend to take my family further still.
But what about your father?
Yeah, it's only one, right? It's only the, I mean, it's Jenna and Hunter.
My father was a banker.
Wait, he did not tell you?
I have no idea what you're talking
it's Jenna and Hunter there. Then, I guess there's a decent amount in 30-30, right?
Go and fetch the gear in the market.
Yeah, like, I mean, 30-30 is like fucked, though. It's like you have Corey voting out 5 people at the beginning. You have Veronica and... Oh, and also, you have Cara Maria and CT getting voted out. You have Jordan and Veronica getting voted out the very next challenge as well. Then you have Hunter, Jenna, Kayla, and Tony being purged in the penultimate challenge. It's like, that's fucked. I mean, there's like so many there. Vendettas. You have the initial purge at the beginning with Nicole Ramos and Rogan. You have Devin and Jemmy. Yeah, I forgot that was a thing. Nelson got purged. Oh, yeah, that was such a random purge. Where it's just randomly in the challenge, like last place guy gets eliminated for some reason. Why did that happen, actually? Is it because Kaylee quit? Is that what ruined it? Oh, and also because of the weird eliminations. Yeah, I forgot about that. Because of the weird mercenary ones, right? So that's uneven numbers. And what, Final Reckoning had a lot, right? Yeah, they really like went all in on purges during those seasons. Yeah, Devon. Yeah, the initial purge at the very beginning of that. Then, which to be fair, purges, like the reason they purge a lot in Final Reckoning and Dirty 30 is because they're trying to add more people to Redemption House. It's like that's the point of it there, but so they still do it a lot. Am I getting Armor Voltaire in this playthrough? I might. I typically do.
All who need aid are welcome.
What a masterpiece. Oh wait. Let's go.
I have done what I can. Try not to reopen the wound.
But yeah, I think number one would be Joss and Kaylee. Like, I still think that's like one of my favorite moments in the history of the show. Is the Joss and Kaylee purge. Just because of like, the irony of like that being the downfall of Joss, and then also adding in like you have like Leroy and Cam being really emotional during that scene, and that's really great too. But it's just like overall kind of a humorous scene.
Don't worry, we're only staying here for a little while.
I don't like it here.
Redemption House is like the edge. You would like it better. I didn't like Redemption House and Final Reckoning. And then how was it in season? Yeah, I mean, either way, yeah, I didn't like either of them really. I don't know if the edge is necessarily how I would want it. I mean, yeah, like I think Redemption Island, like they did it for what, Battle of the Exiled. I think like a similar format to that, though. I mean, it's kind of weird for Redemption House because like they had so many people being eliminated at once that you can't really have that format. So I guess it would be better if Edge of Extinction, or like everyone, I guess, just stays in the game. Though also it would be just dumb like Edge of Extinction, like if like Darrell comes back in at the very end and then just wins the like what would he have to win, like 2 dailies, or not even necessarily win in this situation, but he would be what, 2 dailies away from the final.
You barely held your own against Vieri. You won't survive.
I mean, they could have easily done purges in any of the recent seasons. The problem is that they want longer seasons, so they're not going to purge.
If not for me.
In SA Champions, if David won against Sivu in firemaking, what would happen? I think Graham wins more definitively. Because the thing is, like, Sivu versus Graham was the worst case scenario for Graham, because that took away votes from Graham. Because people like Xavion and Shane, who would have been locked Graham votes in like most other situations, are now locked in on Sivu. And you even had him have to fight for Marion's vote. While in a David, Boulay, Graham Final 3, Boulay still gets the 3 votes she was always going to get in Mark, Vel, and Sully, which are the only votes she's ever going to get, while Graham literally gets every other vote in that situation. Because there is no Sivu figure to take away the votes from Xavion and Shane. So really, it makes Graham win easier. Fuck off. Oh, I'm an A. I'm not even fucking doing the thing. That's a lie. Kaylee was purged 3 times in 3 seasons.
Benny, I've taught you how to avoid your enemy's attacks.
Yeah, because she was purged twice, right? In Final Reckoning. In the end. I mean, it's actually, that's the only way she's gone home, right? She's never, has she ever gone home through elimination?
How did you know?
Like, she's only been purged, right? Purged and quit. So yeah. Bananas and Tony were 1 comp away from the final and Final Reckoning. Yeah, and yeah, they were there with Steamrolled. Yeah, I mean, again, they were very close to winning that season, which I think if they did, it would have made for probably a worse season. Because again, I think the train wreck of seeing, I mean, actually would it though? Because like if Bananas came out on top, Bananas is for sure stealing the money, right? I think there's a question mark. Does Tony steal the money? Like, I don't know. I could see it. Like, I could definitely see that happening. But I just love the Ashley moment with Hunter. I still think it's like that is my favorite moment in the history of the challenge. Like, far and away my favorite moment in the challenge. Really, Banana shares? Like, why is Banana sharing? I don't believe... Like, if we're saying that this is Banana saying that he shares, no fucking way Banana is sharing. Like, this is just him being on his high horse that he always is on. Of him trying to act like he's the good guy in situations when he doesn't actually have to make the decision. But then when he actually makes the decision, he does end up being the bad guy. I guess because it is Tony, I guess that's probably one of the more likely scenarios that he would have shared the money.
I'm glad you had me stay.
Good. You've reconsidered leaving.
But I think in most scenarios, Banana is definitely stealing the money.
I've given you these skills that you might be better prepared to strike against our enemies.
What would happen if Michelle won against Jericho in firemaking? Michelle probably wins. Because if Michelle wins firemaking... Well, actually, I don't know. Does because at that point, I would assume Peter wins final immunity. Which is like, does Peter actually take Michelle to the end? Probably not, right? So I guess Peter probably wins. Because Peter would beat Tara. But if he takes Michelle, I think Michelle beats him. Even though it's probably relatively close. I mean, actually, let's look at the jury votes. Let's look at this. Especially because, like, at that point, Tessa's already voted out, which is, like, a locked-in vote for him. So, yeah, I think Michelle probably edges it out, but let's see. We got Jared voting for Peter. Annalise could go either way. Let's see. For the sake of this, let's say Peter. I mean, Peter was on her side when she went home. Henry votes Michelle. Sarah votes Michelle. Actually, no, Sarah probably votes Peter, doesn't she? I guess that one's probably a bit hazy. Luke votes Michelle. Actually, maybe Peter does win. Does Peter win? And you got Ziggy, who's like up in the air. Lockie's a bit up in the air. Yeah, maybe not. I assumed Michelle would have ran away with it, but I guess not. Like I think it's definitely like Peter has more locked votes. Like I think Peter for sure is Jared, probably Annalise, leaning Sarah. But Sarah is definitely like in the middle though. While like I think Michelle only has Henry, Luke, and Jericho for sure. So like really it's them. Like I do think they would have to fight for the votes in the middle there. Where did I rank Michelle if she won? Not particularly high. I'm too for probably around the same spot as Jericho. Maybe a little bit lower. I'm trying to think.
Where is everyone?
I mean,
Right for San Gimignano to slay that snake, Vieri.
probably actually no. Probably around the same spot.
Find what you need at the stables.
So we're 3 hours in the stream. I'm trying to think, how far do I want to get tonight? How far did I get my original... Let's look this up. Because I did stream this last year. But then again, I was doing like shorter streams at that point, where I was only doing like 2 to 3 hour streams. So, but I still want to... I'm going to try to finish this game in 3 streams, I think. Where last time it took me 5. But I do want to see how far I got. Where did I get? Where did I start episode 2? Oh, fuck. I made it way further. Shit. Okay. Wow, I'm like way behind then. What the fuck? Yeah, I'm way behind. I guess that's what I get for, what the fuck, actually? This only took me 2 hours last time. I'm fucking 3 hours in the stream this time. Again, that's what I get for actually talking to chat. Like, back then, I didn't have a fucking chat to talk to. Wow, that's super depressing. That, I'm that far behind. Too fair, I did spend, 30 minutes reading the bios, but still.
Ezio, look at her. I still can't get her to talk.
Yeah, I've thought about that. I did see someone, was that someone on Reddit, I think?
She can't let him go.
Talked about that, ranking the winners just on their social games. I've thought about that, doing video, ranking the winners just on, social, strategic, and then physical. Social's weird, though. I feel like social's, the toughest one to really assess of the 3. Because I feel like the social game is, so ingrained within... I guess same thing goes with strategic game, where, they're so ingrained within each other. But, I think with strategic game, you can definitely, assess, people's, strategic, I guess, the ability for them to create strategic ideas. I think with someone like a Yule and someone like a Todd Herzog and stuff like that, you can separate the social from the strategic there. But it's I think when it comes solely to the social game, because I think the problem is that social game, I think many people get confused with just the concept of being social and being liked, which isn't necessarily a social game. The social game is utilizing your relationships with other people to position yourself and navigate through the game. And I just think it's kind of tough to really assess with certain players. Where I think you have someone like a Natalie White or even a Michelle Fitzgerald, who again are liked by their cast, but aren't necessarily I wouldn't necessarily say that they have that great of social games on their winning seasons. What a masterpiece. What is this? Whatever. Yeah, like I mean, like I just find it like really tough to dissect like what exactly is social game with certain winners, or really just players in general. Yeah, because like that's what I'm talking about with Natalie White. Like I don't think Natalie White like had that good of a social game. It's more so that she had better jury management. Where I guess like maybe that's also a video, like to do rank the winners based on jury management. And also I've wanted to do that video for a while actually. Do a video where I talk about the difference between social game and jury management. Because I think also that gets misconstrued. Really, I've been wanting to do a video just on the concept of bit of juries for a very long time. But I just never got around to it. And to be fair, it's like more research than like most other videos, which is part of the reason why I never decided to do it. Jason did not vote for Russell. Jason was one of the most bitter people against. Jason's like one of the only people that I think was like actively bitter against Russell. Where I think most of the other people were like not necessarily like actually bitter, in the sense that they were like, "Oh fuck Russell, let's vote for Natalie." Where like I think a lot of like the people like Eric Cardona and like Laura Moret and like Brett and like some of these other people like were also like pro Natalie. Where like I think Jason was not even pro Natalie. He was just like he was literally just like fuck Russell. Fuck Russell and fuck Mick.
Then let us begin.
Does Russell beat Shambo and Jason? I'm inclined to think yes, but it's tough. Like I mean, like Laura Moret did a interview where she said she would have voted for Shambo in that situation, and like I don't know how much. Like because like we hear about Jason not being well liked, and like how supposedly like he just had like no energy in the back half of the game, and like didn't really like socialize with people through the back half, and like that's why like people just didn't really respect him there. But it's like I don't know, like again, like against Russell, it's like are they? I don't know how inclined they are to vote for Russell over Jason, or Jason. There we go. But having this Shambo post Samoa, I think she just doesn't want to be associated with Survivor. I think that's literally like I think she did I don't know if it was an interview, but I remember seeing that like she was like didn't want to be known as like the Survivor person, and kind of just like didn't want to be associated with the show afterwards.
I want you to distract those guys.
If Lydia won firemaking against Phoebe, what would happen after that? I don't think it really matters. She's probably just voted out again. I don't think it really changes anything.
Take a few of my men with you, just to be safe. Come join me once they're dealt with.
What's Vieri up to now? No one knows.
Is Brett lower than Ben and Mike if he wins? Yes. Yes. I think yes. Definitively yes. Because with Mike and Ben, it's like I don't think both of them like have like impressive elements of their game before the fact that they have to win out. Well, like again, Mike is the figurehead for his group for like the first like 60% of the game or whatever. And he does make moves on his own, like he does save Joe and vote out Joaquin, which at least shows that he had like some level of control in the game and wasn't just the figurehead. And then you have with Ben, I mean Ben like even though he's in danger in the post-swap, that's largely because of a bad swap. But like he's pretty much the core. Okay, fuck off. There we go. He's pretty much the core of his initial tribe, where he's like the connective tissue between Alan and Christy, which would have been the majority if they went to tribal again. Then you have after the merge, like he is aligned with like Lauren, Ashley, and Devin that run that early mid merge section, and obviously he gets turned on, but again, both of them like are like front and center for a good chunk of the game, while Brett's just in the background, not really doing much. He's decently positioned within his Galoo tribe, and I think that's something to be like respected. I don't know. I think that's like something to like something positive from his game, but like he's just now out in front, like the other two are, and is still in a position where he has to win out. Where like I think if you compare him to like a who else has had to win out from very far back? Well, like I don't know, like maybe like a Rick Devens. Like if Rick Devens, well, I mean, I guess, but then you have the Edge that also ruins things. But let's say Rick Devens never gets voted out. I mean, Ozzy's like a weird case. Because like he never actually, because like on Cook Islands, he doesn't actually need to win immunity until like final 6 or so. Like it's not like he only needs to win like 2 or 3 immunities realistically out of the 5 that he wins. So it's not like a situation like Mike where obviously he needs like 6 rounds of immunity. Ben needs 4 rounds with 3 idols and then the forced fire making. So, like with Ozzy, it's a bit less of an issue there. Maybe Brad Culpepper, but not really. Also, or I think Brad Culpepper's in a similar situation, though it's kind of the opposite. Where like I think Brad Culpepper only needed his first few, like he didn't need his last few. Actually, how many did Brett need? He needed 4, right? We see 1, 3, and then he obviously needs the last one as well. Someone asked you why I hold the force fire making against Ben. I said it's because they strong arm force fire making for Ben. Again, I don't think they made the twist for Ben. Again, like obviously there's like this conspiracy theory of like production was trying to give Ben the win. Like I don't think that's the case. I think they planned on having force fire making from before that. I think like really having Wentworth and then David in pretty quick succession lose the game at the last second. I think that's what made them like go all in on this idea, and I think it was already a plan from the beginning of the season. The problem is that no one knew this was a thing, and Ben thought he was dead to rights until they literally they revealed it like right at the tribal there. Yeah, like, it would have been specifically for HHH. I would hold it against anybody. What is annoying is that obviously force fire making is part of the game now. Fuck off. Can I not air assassinate? Oh wait, I'm an idiot. I'm not even supposed to fucking kill them, are I? I'm supposed to go to the Vieri. If Ben had lost to Devin, I wouldn't have held it against the winner, because the final 3 is supposed to be Christy, Ryan, and Devin. Yeah. I mean, force fire making, like, how much does force fire making actually change the results? Like, obviously we know in 35 it did. But like 36 is the same. I mean, Laurel said that she would have caused a tie anyway. 37 is the same because they would have voted out Kara anyway. 38 is the same with Rick Devens going home, though I guess you could debate, does Chris still win without it? 39, Lauren would have gone home anyway. 40 is interesting because, like, I mean, Edge of Extinction is really the thing that fucks that up. But if we're going to vote genuinely, it would have been fire-making between Tony and Michelle. So that potentially changes things. But Tony wins if he gets to the end either way. Yeah. And then, 41... you have had, Deshaun voted out, right? So I guess that changed something?
I'm sorry. Were you hoping for a confession?
I mean, 36 would have been, Laurel would have voted with Wendell to vote Angela, because Dominic had immunity. And then Dominic and Angela would have voted for, actually, I just realized Dom probably actually wins, doesn't it? I think that's the change. Because in that situation, Angela would have voted for Dominic. Because she would have had more incentive to vote for Dominic. But, I mean, like, the final three is the same now. So, yeah, it would have still been Wendell versus Angela.
Our work here is finished.
It's just that in that situation, Dom fights to keep Angela, which probably leads to Angela voting for Dom. Instead of the situation that we got, which had Dom essentially throwing Angela to the wolves, her losing, and then she's conflicted at Final Tribal on who to vote for, and decides to look up at the jury and look in Wendell's eyes and say, I should vote for Wendell. Which is what happened. This is something else that, like, I had Dominic ranked pretty high on my losing Final Tribal performance video. And like, I also see though, that like, people on Reddit who talk about losing Final Tribal performances, usually Dominic is brought up as like one of the worst performances because he like doesn't get the votes that he needs to. But like, again, to me, like, I don't really think that's as major a factor considering how many wonky votes there are. I mean, it's definitely a knock, particularly with someone like a Chelsea, I guess. Oh wait, fuck, I passed it. But like, again, like someone like an Angela, it's like, it's such a wonky thing there in terms of what caused Angela to vote for Wendell.
And here he is, our campione.
And I do think the actions that he made, like, while you can criticize, like, oh, he just like completely burns Kellen and Sebastian's vote, I do think those, like, what he does with that, like, reinforces the 5 people that were, to be fair, already voting for him, but I do think it plays into why they vote for him. When I eventually do a challenge winner ranking, what will criteria be? I mean, I think it's gonna have to be the kind of the opposite of the like Survivor Big Brother ranking, where it does have to be placed more so on competition. Because I thought this before. It's like the challenge is essentially the complete opposite of Big Brother, where it's a game that is fundamentally won by challenges, but has a social strategy element to it. Unlike Big Brother, which is a game won by the social strategy. But you have challenges that become a major portion of it through the challenges that are things that give you power, or at least direct power. But again, I think it's like kind of the opposite with the challenge in terms of ranking the winners and stuff, where I think you would put more emphasis on challenge performance.
A sensible next step.
Though I think it's like you can't really like knock someone for not going into elimination though.
That's enough grim talk for one night. I'll be in my study if you need.
But I think I would like knock more for like, oh, you only won like 1 daily. In comparison to like this winner that won 6 dailies, or something to that nature. I'd probably put more emphasis on dailies than eliminations also, in terms of a winning game, I think.
Your father managed to find and translate the fugitive for you. Here. This is not your father's.
Yeah, I just think in general, like, the social strategy elements of the challenge are so, like, minimal for the most part. Like, outside of seasons that are, like, so based around it, like World of Worlds 2. I think in most seasons, it's just not as interesting. Especially because, like, also, like, a lot of it is based on pre-existing relationships. And stuff that happened on previous seasons. So that also kind of messes with things.
Who long ago held a piece of Eden.
Rewatch goes silent like 4 months ago. You only see Wendell and Chelsea talk to each other 3 or 4 times. Again, like, this is the thing about Wendell and Chelsea that I talked about before, is that the reason why Chelsea votes for Wendell over Dominic, like, again, Chelsea was much closer to Dominic on the island. But the reason she votes for Wendell is because she looked at Wendell as her rival figure. In the same way that Chris Noble looked at Dominic as, like, they were rivals, but, like, Chris has respect for Dominic because he beat him. Like, that is, like, essentially by voting for Dominic, he is essentially justifying his rivalry and saying, see, he was the best player, he beat me, that's why he was my rival. And it's the same thing with Chelsea and Wendell. Like, that is the way Chelsea viewed their relationship. She viewed it as, my rival is Wendell, and Wendell is the person that beat me, so I'm going to give my vote to Wendell. Like, it's not, like, I don't think it's as much of an indictment on Dominic, more so as a pro for Wendell. If Ben won against Mel, I think Ben would be the merge boot. I think it would be a very easy vote off. I think Ben is dead in the water at this point. Like, by the way, I think his move to get rid of Croc is dumb. And I'll talk about briefly in the video tomorrow. But, like, realistically, like, he was dead anyway. Like, he had no game left at that point. Like, he just simply was not well integrated in the game, and neither was his loved one, to the point where, like, there's no room for him to maneuver. Because, like, they're going to get rid of Ben over Shay. Like, Ben is, like, the more blatant threat between the two. And at least even with Shay, like, at least Shay has, like, someone like a Josh, who she seems relatively close with. While, like, Ben, like, at that point that he gets, after he gets rid of Croc, literally has no one but has Michelle, I guess. Like, again, like, there's no room to maneuver for him in the game at that point. Like, even if he had survived that round, he's still going home immediately afterwards. And if not immediately afterwards, then, like, definitely not making the end. Again, for someone of his archetype, like this big alpha male sort of guy, like, no one, like, that archetype is not winning Australian Survivor unless they're either able to completely win out, which again is very unlikely, or they have a solid backing around them at the time they enter the merge, which again I suspect is what's going to happen with Mark, and I suspect, and I, like, obviously know is what happened with David. But again, that archetype just is simply not going to do well in most Australian Survivor seasons. Like, it's a bad, like, the thing about, like, the Croc, the decision to get rid of Croc is bad, specifically on paper. Like, I think, like, just in general, like, the idea of, like, getting rid of the only person that is actually trying to save you in the game is bad. I do think, like, when you look at, like, the situation in terms of, like, where the game was playing out, I do think really, I think the issue here is Croc tried to go for Jesse. I think that's really the bigger issue here. Where I don't think they had the numbers, I would guess. Like, I would guess there was just, it seemed like both Chrissy and Khan were hesitant to go for Jesse. And then, like, without them, then Croc would, I mean, really, he can do anything anyway without them. But, Ben and Michelle were supposed to be on the side as well. Like, we don't know how Michelle thinks because she hasn't gotten screen time. But it also seemed like Ben also had a relationship with Jesse. So I think really also, like, it plays into, like, I just think Croc went for the wrong person. I think at the point where, like, the numbers weren't there for Jesse, then, like, Ben has to go into self-preservation mode, and I get that at that point. Like, him deciding to, again, try to, instead of side with Croc, make this counter alliance with Jesse and Sam instead. I just don't think it's the best move. But I get why he does it. Where's the last one? Oh, it's outside, isn't it? I love how there's still lag on the PS5 on the map. I love how, like, that's still a thing they couldn't fix. But whatever. I think if you win for eliminations 4 times, that's a massive knock because you can't, or because you couldn't avoid elimination 4 different times. I think in most situations, yes, to a degree. Like, I think with, like, Free Agents is the first season that comes to mind, where, like, I think both Bananas in Free Agents and Laurel in Free Agents would be highly ranked, if not possibly, like, 1 and 2, in terms of ranking individual wins. But it's, like, also with those, it's like, they were sent to elimination because they had, like, the kill card, and, like, that's obviously random. So it's like there wasn't really any true social strategy there to not get them on the block. I have a prediction. You don't think Chrissy is winning, but I think she'll be final juror or runner-up. That's, like, kind of what I think Shay is going to be currently. Well, I think she's going to be, like, final juror or around there. Chrissy, I think it's probably going to be, like, I could see actually runner-up. I think there's actually a chance of that, considering, like, she is, like, her preseason, like, focus was, like, not that dissimilar from George. Yeah, this is the, exit you go out of in, Brotherhood. So that's something. But yeah, like I think Shay to me very much comes off as like the Flick of this season from an edit standpoint, where I don't think she's winning, but I think she's going to be one of these people that like has a deeper run, and then is cut short like a round or two before the end. I think also Brooke is another like kind of comparison to her. Oh yeah, I'm talking about Flick from Brains vs. Brawn. Do I like Shay? Not really. I don't find her that entertaining. I mean, she's fine. Like, she's, like, inoffensive. I don't really, like, care about her either way. But she's not the most interesting person on the cast to me. I think, and to be fair, half the cast hasn't gotten screen time, so it's like she's at least above those people. Is Emmy going into elimination twice a good move? Not really. I mean, especially, like, once... I mean, like... I don't know, it's tough with Spies, Lies, and Allies, because, like, obviously, like, who you're partnered with did become very important. So, like, her being thrown in so that she can partner up with CT, it's, like, it's kind of dumb, but it's also, like, it kind of makes sense.
Salute, Claudia.
Because obviously being paired with CT is like a pretty good spot to be in Spies, Lies, and Allies.
It's making me work. If Father was here, I'd never be stuck behind a desk like this.
And what are the terms of this supposed enslavement?
Since someone decided we're going to stay here, Tio Mario suggested we try and find the money to...
I mean, again, like, I think also the issue with, like, knocking someone for going to eliminations with the challenge is that, again, like, just so many outside factors factor in. Where, like, I think, like, someone like a Corey in, like, Vendettas, like, instantly gets targeted, not because of anything he does on the actual season of Vendettas, but more so because, like, he just has a hostile relationship with Bananas from beforehand.
I'll keep the money.
And it's like, I feel like there's a lot of instances like that in the challenge, where it's like, if we're talking about like the gameplay, like within the course of the season that they're in, like there's a lot of points where people are thrown into elimination due to things that they didn't even do on this season. And I feel like that's like kind of a tough thing to reconcile. Do I bother?
Buongiorno. Is there something wrong?
Ser Mario hired me to deal with this mess, but I'm an architetto, not a miracle worker.
Was it both times to go to... Oh, because the other time was to go to Sapphire, right?
You money. Then we'd be in business. You must be Serezio. Am I right?
Uncle, I like this architetto.
He gets very observant when he can stand.
Yeah, how far do I want to get here? Again, it's really depressing that the previous stream that I did of this game, I got to this point, what, like 2 hours and 45 minutes in? That we're almost at 3.5.
You get an even greater discount. As for renovations, well, you'll be bringing the town and villa back to life. As Ser Mario tells me,
I think it's funny how a lot of seasons Wes thinks he's the mastermind while he's actively getting plotted against. He's a social game such. Yeah, I agree. Oh yeah, like I also with Wes, again, this is one time where it's like, he also has this obviously has the reputation of him being Wes, which obviously plays a factor into things, and him also having like hostile relationships from beforehand. Now, I think there are seasons where, like, he does actively play poorly. Particularly, like, what was it? No, not Battle of the X's. That one was more of the... No, it was Battle of the... Yeah, Battle of the X's he plays poorly. Battle of the Seasons is what I was thinking. Where it's like, that's one of those situations where he just comes out in that house outnumbered. What do I want to do here? None of this matters for this playthrough. I'm not doing every little thing. I don't know why I did that. That was kind of pointless. I should have done this one. Do I have enough money? I do. Oh, I don't? Oh, fuck off. I barely don't. Whatever. It's fine. War of the Worlds 2 is bad, but also, like, was close to being good. Yeah, Ruins is bad. But yeah, like, War of the Worlds 2 is, like, weird because it's, like, essentially... like the Pauli's alliance, like Pauline Cara's alliance that dominates the season, that's Wes's alliance. It's like, it's just that Wes got taken out and then they become the figureheads after he gets taken out. But like, that was Wes's alliance though. I mean, like it was him that put it together. Like it's kind of like the like friendship, I guess, with Maggie, and like he's like the Eric. And like Paulie and Cara are the Maggie. Yeah, like Double Agents was just a tough spot for him to be in. I think that's one of those situations where he just comes into the house outnumbered. And kind of similar to Battle of the Seasons, where like there's so many rookies that they like group up against Wes. Which is kind of ironic considering he's known for working with rookies. I guess it was rookies / non-winners in Double Agents.
This is the sanctuary. It was built by my great-grandfather to honor the memory of the Assassin Order and protect its secrets. Look around. These are the assassins.
Yeah, like Wes is just a very topsy-turvy player.
And this is the armor of Altair.
Yeah, super inconsistent.
Little is known about Altair's life. But his armor,
I mean, I guess we can just run through seasons. Like, Fresh Meat is obviously, like, a bad political season for him, but, like, has good moments towards the end, particularly in him, like, building a relationship with Kenny and Tina. And then, like, he has, obviously, 5 elimination wins, so it's, like, that's solid, I guess. But he was paired with Casey, so he's never winning. What was it? Duel, obviously, he wins.
In my younger days,
solid win. Not like absolute top tier or anything, but like it's a solid win. Ruins, bad, like actively sabotages his relationship with Kenny and Evan and Bananas.
With Ezio, you have to get that armor.
And goes to what, 3 eliminations on that season until he gets taken out. What's next? I guess Fresh Meat 2. Starts off good, and then just blows up his game. Which, to be fair, he kind of like it's not like he it's not like he actively blew up his game in the sense that like went out of nowhere to blow up his game. It was more so like forced on him because Kenny and Laurel kept on winning challenges. But I mean, he still plays poorly by the mid-season. Then you got Rivals, which is a solid season for him. Probably should have won had it not been for the weird final like advantages and stuff. Again, Battle of the X's is bad. He targets Johnny from the beginning, despite the fact that Johnny and Camilla are the power duo. You have what's about the seasons, again, just outnumbered at the beginning. Rivals 2 is a good season for him, again, paired with CT. Kind of dominates that season, though I think CT does a lot more to legwork. But I take Laurel or Kara in any given season. I would take Laurel. It's weird though, because like I guess it's actually not. Like, I mean, Laurel has done what, 6 seasons and has won 1, but has made the final in all but 2, and even then, like, just barely didn't make the final in Invasion. But like, Kara is probably more consistent in the grand scheme of things, but I think she's just also been in more seasons, like more consistent in terms of like I could see situations where Laurel is like targeted early if she were to return,
But you are not the same at all, are you?
and like not be well integrated socially. Well, like I think Kara would probably be more well integrated socially. But I just have more faith in Laurel as a competitor than Kara.
This one is tricky to break. Clever in its use of
I say West did a good job at weaponizing Hunter, to a degree, yeah.
It seems
I think he like picked a good person to align with pre-season, where like I think Hunter is one of these people that is never going to betray Wes.
just a series of sketches.
And also is mostly willing to do whatever Wes wants to do.
And why not? What an inspired idea.
Can you make it for me while I try what's in that manual fragment?
Take it. I'll have my assistant set up some dummies for you to practice with. Hey, Vincenzo!
Yeah, I mean, really, since War of the Worlds 1, though, I mean, Wes has had, like, a bad streak, right? I mean, yeah, World of the Worlds 2, and not great. Total Madness is, like, kind of just a fine season. Same thing goes with Rivals 3, which I didn't talk about. Both kind of just, like, fine seasons, but, like, not overly good either. I guess I didn't talk about the X's 2 is, like, probably his best political season. And then, what's the other one? Double Agents, which again, yeah, was targeted from the beginning. I mean, it is interesting that, like, Wes hasn't really had a good competitive season since, what, Rivals 2? Where, like, I mean, yeah, he's really good, like, oh, I guess you can't air assassinate until now. Huh. I kind of forgot about that, actually. Thomas was good until he went against one of his number 1 ally. Yeah. I still, like, I mean, like, I get it to a degree of why he goes against Bananas. But, like, that definitely was not the ideal strategic move to go against Bananas. Like, I get for TV why he would do it, and I feel like Wes is definitely the type of person that would do it just for TV. But yeah, that definitely was not an ideal strategic move. Even though Wes has historically been better than Bananas in eliminations. Like, Bananas has a pretty mediocre eliminations record. Particularly, like, recently. I mean, outside of, like, I think, what, World of Worlds 1 and 2, he, like, loses
Thank you, Leonardo.
the first elimination he goes into. Same thing with Vendettas, right? And then...
I cannot approach him.
I really, I guess just in general, most seasons, it was the first elimination he goes into. Just that he doesn't go into elimination that often, typically.
Fox might roam. Perhaps near the Mercato, where the thieves dwell. Sta attento, amico.
the music cut off there. I should also mention, I've been playing a lot of Horizon. I haven't really talked about that yet, which I'm still enjoying, but I would say I'm probably enjoying less than what I was when I originally played. I've come across like a lot of glitches recently in Horizon. Not even just like the pop-in sort of things, which like that's kind of to be expected. But like I've gotten a lot of like weird like audio glitches in the game, where like there's like points where music will just like abruptly like play like super loud and then all of a sudden just like stop, and that's like really jarring. The game's like crashed on me like 3 times at this point, and like that's kind of annoying. I don't know, there's that stuff. I also feel like the open world's kind of getting a bit boring to me at this point, where I'm kind of thinking I might just like say fuck it and go for the main story. But I am really enjoying the main story for the most part. But I'm at the point where like the open world's like just kind of more of the same.
What? My pouch, my money.
Your money. I don't have your money.
I think total like again from the little I've watched of Total Madness so far, I think Total Madness is like kind of a mix of like double. I mean, like it's kind of like a transitional season to me, where like it still has a bit of the trashiness that is obviously the standard of the show up until that point. Like it still has like this like drama over like Rogan and Dee over the like them kind of hooking out with other people to like spite each other. You still have the Bear and Kayla relationship, you know, like stuff like that. But I think it's also the point in the show where like the show takes itself so seriously, where like I think it's like the season where like I start to notice that like, oh, like we're just doing like these action set pieces over and over and over again for dailies, and I feel like that like this kind of feels like the start of where I just get bored at a lot of things that are happening. So yeah, I don't know. Like I'm not like I'm 2 episodes in to Total Madness, and I'm just like not feeling it so far. We'll see.
There's word on the street of a caravan just arrived.
Yeah, I think they're trying to make the challenge more into a sport. Yeah, we even saw in the World of Worlds, not the season, but the spin-off that's coming out. Like in the trailer for that, they even specifically say the challenge is the 5th sport.
Here is your money.
Like 5th American sport or whatever it is. So it's like that's clearly the direction that they're planning on going. Which again is not the direction I want it to go, but that's where they want it to go.
Follow me.
By the way, I love how misconstrued Ninja Warrior is on the challenge, which I just find humorous. Like the entire like presence of Ninja on the challenge is hilarious to me. Where again, they keep on talking about how Ninja is a Ninja Warrior. She's won the show like 3 times. She's never fucking won the show. She's never even fucking come close. Like literally only what? How many people have won A&W? 3, right? I mean like 2 technically. But like 3 people have only completed the entire course. Like Ninja is a nobody. Like, Ninja is, like, a person who's, like... Has she even finished a qualifying course? Like, I don't even think she has finished a qualifying course. So it's, like, it's hilarious to me that, like, she's, like a big... Like, there was a point, at least, where she was a big presence on the show. No, Jessie Graff did not win A&W. No woman has ever won A&W. The only people who have won A&W are technically Isaac Calafiaro, or oh fuck off, I'm so tired I can't pronounce his name. Isaac Caldiaro, whatever, close enough. And Drew Dreschel. And Jeff Britton technically, like, he didn't technically win, but he finished all 4 stages, but he did it in the same season as Isaac, but didn't get the money. I'm an idiot and wasn't paying attention, and I'm about to fail this objective. But like he technically completed all stages. But like that's it. like Jesse like again, I don't think has Ninja even passed the second obstacle in stage 1 when she's been there. I actually want to look this up. How has Ninja done on A&W? Again, Ninja sucks like on A&W. Like she is not like a notable like she was a notable character. Like she was someone that was on the show as this like, oh, she's this like content creator that is a professional rock climber, and like she was friends with Grant McCartney, who is like a really like notable figure on the show. But like she's not like anybody. Like there's not 4 obstacles, there's 4 stages. And there's 2 qualifying courses to reach the 4 stages in Midoriyama. But, or in Vegas, I guess. I don't know. Yeah, so she failed the frame slider, which is the second obstacle in qualifying, A&W 5. A&W, she didn't return again until A&W 8, where she got to the warp wall, which is the final obstacle in qualifying. Got 19th place. Moved to finals, failed to TikTok the second obstacle in qualifying, or in the semifinals. And then failed the second obstacle in stage 1. Failed the battering ram, the 5th obstacle in qualifying in A&W 9. Moved on to city finals, but once again failed the same obstacle, didn't make it to Vegas, and then failed the second obstacle, A&W 10. It's like she's only been to Vegas once and failed the propeller bar, which is the second obstacle on stage 1. She was on Team Ninja Warrior, and I think they did pretty well, but they didn't win. How far did they get? Oh, they got to the final. Oh, no, is that the final? Anyway, I mean, they made it far in Team Ninja Warrior. But that's Team Ninja Warrior. Only 3 people have beaten, the entire course in A&W. I mean, only, 5 people have even gotten to the final stage, right? Because Isaac and Jeff were the first 2 in A&W 7. Drew and Daniel Gill both made it in A&W 11, and then Caden just did in A&W 13. But I think those are the only 5 to even make it to the final stage. I'm an idiot, and I'm just not paying attention. A&W used to be on G4. It moved to NBC. The finale of A&W 3 was the first episode to be on NBC.
Here we are.
And then A&W's, I think 4 and 5 were like on both channels at the same time.
How do I join them?
Actually, no, A&W 4, I think what it was is that like qualifying
They will lead you to a place where you can eavesdrop on the
was on G4, but then like semifinals were on NBC or something like that. It was something weird like that.
Thank you for all your help, Volpe.
The A&W 5 though was like it was on both channels at the same time, and then after that it just solely became on NBC. Star 41 had a final 2. What do I think would have happened? Well, if I had a final 2, like I don't know, like who takes who? Like does like it's weird because like Xander recognized that Erica was the biggest threat, but like would he have taken like he was closer to Erica than Deshawn? It's like would he have taken Erica to the end? Or would he have recognized that he would have had a harder time at beating Deshawn? And yeah, if we're assuming no fire making, Deshawn goes out 4, and then Xander takes Heather. I don't know if Heather wins at this point. And we did hear from like Ricard saying that he would have voted for Heather, but like, and like I think at the time that like the season ended, it was like assumed that that means like everyone would have voted for Heather. But then like I think we've gotten confirmation now that like no one was voting for Heather outside of like Ricard and like maybe I think Evie was the other person. But it was like very few people were actually voting for Heather. And Erica. But it's like now I don't think Heather would have won. where like I think now we've gotten to the point where like it does seem like Xander and Deshawn would have been an interesting final two, with like Deshawn probably edging it out, but would have been close. So I don't know, maybe Xander, like, I don't know. Yeah, it's just a tough thing to really assess, considering final two scenarios are just not happening at this point in Survivor history. But like, if it's Deshawn versus Xander, I think we've gotten confirmation now that like Xander would have gotten like Shan, and I already forgot who else, but he would have gotten like 3 votes, I think. And then Deshawn would have gotten like Nasir, what was it? Nasir, Heather, and Danny locked in. And then they would have the fight for like Erica and Ricard, I think it was, something like that.
It's so cold. What do you want, Hilario? Mr. Patsy is paying us good money.
Is Nick a good player?
Won't try to murder us. I can't wait to go.
I think he's one that like would have been interesting to see what would have happened had he not got like lumped in with Danny and Danny's alliance got flipped on and that sort of thing. But like, I wouldn't say like he's that great of a player. What celebrity brother had a final 3? I think Cynthia would have won, based on the reaction from the jury when Cynthia got revealed to be 3rd place, and also how much like anti Todrick Misha sentiment there seemed to be on social media. Like I feel like Cynthia would have won, and again I think Misha would have lost against anybody but Todrick.
He looks
But do I like Impractical Jokers? I used to watch it. I don't watch it anymore. But I did like it when okay, well that's cool. Game? Thank you. Yeah, when I was living at home though, my parents or my dad was like big into it, so I used to watch it with him. But I haven't watched it in a while. I know that Joe left, right? That he left the show because I think he got like a divorce or whatever. I wanted to spend time with his family or something. So that's something. So maybe it would be interesting to like revisit the show now and see how it is. But like I haven't watched it in like 2 or 3 years. Well, I'll watch BB Ken, Amazing Race Canada and AU. Probably not for a while. Again, like I'm still watching the challenge. And then after I have to watch, I feel like I've said this like a billion times at this point. But yeah, was it BB3, Survivor Thailand, The Glass House, and all the Survivor Merge episodes. Again, I've canceled the A&W4 video. I want to do it. It's just that, one, it takes a lot of time because there's a lot of research involved, and also there's not really room on the schedule anyway. So it's like, I'm not going to go that far out of my way to do it. So, yeah. Yeah, BB3 US, Season 3. And obviously along the way there also just be the shows that are currently running. So again, I don't know when I'll finish watching those things, but once I finish watching those things, that is terrible. I might do probably Amazing Race Canada first. I don't know, like, I mean, unless we like find out that Amazing Race, that like the Challenge Australia has Amazing Race Australia people on it, I'll be honest. I'm getting to a point where I'm tired to the point where like I don't even remember what I'm even saying. But what was I saying? Yeah. So the Challenge Australia, like if that has people from Amazing Race Australia, then like maybe I'll watch Amazing Race Australia first. Yeah, I think I still want to try to finish this sequence in this stream, which should be like probably another 15 minutes or so. I think after that we'll probably call it a night. BB Can 10 cast assessment's coming out first. So yeah, so essentially the schedule is tomorrow is going to be my Australian Survivor mid-season power ranking. This Saturday will be my BB Can 10 video. BB Can 10 cast assessment. Then next Wednesday will be the Celebrity Big Brother 3 review. So that's currently the plan there. I mean, the All-Star Shore, I think it's out there, it's that I haven't paid attention. And I'm probably not going to cover it. But yeah, I believe it is out there. Yeah, I am also going to do a BB Can 1 retrospective next year. That's currently on the schedule. Yeah, Celebrity Big Brother 3 play ranking is a week from when the review comes out. So it'll be 2 weeks from now. Which I don't know if anyone will care by that point, but again, there's not really room on the schedule otherwise, so whatever. Because again, that Saturday will be Amazing Race. Amazing Race 33 review.
What's wrong? You're still breathing.
I think Sam's played very well on the season so far. And while like I feel like she's made some like questionable decisions, it hasn't really affected her actual game. It doesn't seem like again, like I think her like getting rid of Sophie, like it definitely could have backfired on her, but it seems like she was still able to maintain her position despite that. So yeah, I think overall she is playing very well. She would be pretty highly ranked if she wins. But again, there's still so much game to play though, and I don't think Sam. Like again, I personally do think it will be Mark. Which, as of right now, in terms of just the like game he's played, like I think would probably rank a little bit lower than Sam, but still like solid. And if he does end up winning, then obviously there's going to be, like I would say, I think Sam's pre-merge is better than David's pre-merge. However, David had such a stranglehold post-merge that I think that will be the true test of Sam here is the post-merge. But
Bernardo, it's all here. Swords, staves, axes.
Yeah, like David's pre-merge was just kind of wonky.
Men will want for nothing.
I take this gift to mean the Pope consents.
Oh, we got the All-Star Shore cast. Do I even, let's see. Do I even know anyone on here? I guess I will know probably at least a couple, but I feel like I don't know most of these people though. Johnny Middlebrooks, isn't that someone that was in the running for a challenge?
What is it, Jacopo? Do you think
Oh, I forgot that Marina was on there. That's such a weird fucking casting choice. Not necessarily a bad one, but it's like it is weird that she's like, again, the winner of the Circle, Brazil, is just randomly going to be on All-Star Shore. Oh, yeah, Mike Mullerig, whatever his name is, like he was on a Sequester. So that's something.
I should be off. I have some other business to attend to before I return to Rome.
What a random cast.
Gentlemen.
Like, really, like I don't know most of these people, but it's so funny.
May the Father of understanding guide us.
Was she a good player? No, she was not a good player, but she won. Which I mean, the Circle is like very wonky. So, who's gotten the most confessionals on Blood vs. Water? It's Sandra. Despite the fact that she's been gone for like 5 or 6 episodes now. Number 2 is Chrissy. And Chrissy just became number 1 the last few episodes. Like, there was a point where Chrissy, Sam, and Khan were all tied. I think it was like after like the first episode from this week. But then like after like Chrissy got a lot of content with the Croc boot and then now the Ben boot that she's now number 1. But she still has less confessionals than what Sandra did when Sandra left. So that's something. I thought the point of All-Star Shore is to get people from shore shows. You would think so. But, no. I think it became to the point where, like, where All-Star Shore just became, like, all people from, like, love shows, it seems like. Let's see if we can find the confessional chart. And it's a guy on Twitter that does it, John O'Gray.
I know where Francesco will be and when. But what is it? I overheard something.
Let's see.
They have weapons, enough for a battalion. Even the Pope has given support.
Typical of Sixtus, but... what the hell are they planning?
I couldn't understand the specifics, but it involves the Medici, and it begins tomorrow morning at the Duomo.
The Medici will all be there for Sunday service.
Let's see.
Along with the rest of Firenze.
There we go, that should be it.
They're going to do it right in the middle of High Mass.
Yeah, so... yeah, Sandra's 52 confessionals. Chrissy's at 46 now, after getting 14 in the last 2 episodes.
It will not come to that. I promise.
Sam is at 36. Nina had more than Sam, though, at the time that she was voted out. Yeah, I believe Nina had the most confessionals out of anyone left in the game by the time she was voted out as well. So that's something. Yeah, Nina is the highest ranked out of the pre-jury. Which shouldn't be too big of a surprise. Most confessionals for celebrity brother, it was Misha. I think she had 140, which actually is the most for any celebrity Big Brother player. Mind you, this season Celebrity Brother had 2 more seasons. Or 2 more seasons. 2 more episodes than the others. But, yeah, Misha had the most. Todrick was, I think, 1 behind? 1 or 2 behind. Like, he was very close. With him, like, having a bit of a surge at the end here. And then, who else was there? I think Carson was at the top when he got voted out, but it was really like him pretty much being tied with Misha for a lot of the season. And then like Todd Bridges was at the bottom of the people left in the game for like pretty much the entire season, with him only getting a bit of a surge at the end there, but still wasn't enough to pass anyone else. Yeah, I'm trying to remember what else. Like Teddy was at the bottom in the grand scheme of things, which obviously isn't surprising. Yeah. I know that Wendell was purpled until the merge. He wasn't necessarily purpled. He's like, he was present. But he wasn't like given as many confessionals as he could have. And again, that's why, like, did I talk about this in my History of the Winter edit video? He's like, I don't remember anymore what I talked about, why I didn't in that video. But that is the interesting thing about Wendell's edit that does make him stand out as a male winner, is that his edit is very, like, it's very low visibility for a male winner. Again, male winner typically has higher visibility throughout the season, while Wendell, like, was not as present the entire time, which is not typical. Which is a lot of the reason why people thought Dominic was going to win, is because Wendell's... Oh, fuck, I'm still at this point. God damn it, I forgot about that. I was thinking I was at the Federico assassin... Oh, not Federico. The, what's his name? God damn it. Whatever, the Pazzi guy assassination. Jerry O'Connell was, yeah, like Jerry. By the way, that is so bizarre that they had Jerry O'Connell, to do an interview, and one where he specifically says that, like, I'll be on the next season. It's like, why wasn't he on this season? Like, it's so weird. Yeah, I don't know if the, let's see, if the person who even did the Big Brother one posted their full chart. Oh, they did. Yeah, so yeah, Misha, let's pause real quick. So yeah, Misha beat Todrick by 1. So this is the Celebrity Big Brother 3 chart. Yeah, it's nothing like too notable. It's obviously people that were in the game longer ended up getting more professionals. It's not surprising. Like, there's no real, like, standout, like, weird, number there. I mean, I guess, like, again, Todd's edit is really weird, where he's what, like, what is that? 1, 2, 3, 8 episodes in a row where he is the lowest confessional getter of the episode, and all of a sudden he has 21 in the episode he wins HOH. Yeah, all those are pretty bad. Yeah, all the interviews with the, whenever they, like, decide to interview someone else to talk about the game, it was really awkward. Julie hinted the opposite. Julie essentially said that we're not getting Celebrity Big Brother next year. She did an interview this morning, or last morning, whatever, with, I think it was Mike Bloom, where she pretty much explicitly said that, yeah, we're not getting Celebrity Big Brother. Which is not, like, again, not surprising. Yeah, I mean, like, I think it's pretty clear we're not getting Celebrity Big Brother again for a bit. I would guess not until the next Winter Olympics, but yeah, I mean, like, I just don't think they have much incentive, especially for, like, next year, after the season didn't do the greatest, or, like, even ratings-wise, it was losing to, not just the Olympics, but also to, like, things on, the other networks. Like, there were nights where, like, Celebrity Big Brother, like, where, like, CBS was the worst rated network of the night, because of Celebrity Big Brother, so it's like, it just simply did not do the ratings. Why Shannon Lewis not want to go back in Celebrity Big Brother? It's because she hated her experience on Celebrity Big Brother.
On me.
Seguimi.
Alright. Yeah, let's see if I can get the challenge one again. Do I have the bookmarks?
Aprite la porta! What's the password? Poliziano, open the maledetta porta. The Christ greatest, come in, quickly! The city is at war! Hurry! Wait.
Yeah, that's the challenge one.
I am in your debt. Tell me.
Why Mark over Sam? I'm too fucking tired to fully explain it, but I talk about it for over 5 minutes in the video tomorrow. Well, actually, no, I technically talk about it for like almost 10 minutes. I think like 8 minutes is like Mark and Sam's section in the video together. But I mean, essentially, it's like I think the premiere is a lot of it.
If they get inside, they'll murder our supporters and put their own devils in
the fact that like Sam was like not present in the premiere. Well, Mark gets such like strong content in the premiere.
Help save our city, Auditore. Kill him
Third episode this week was not the merge, but next episode's going to be the merge. By the way, that's something also that I haven't talked about. That it seems like Australian Survivor is going to be 2 episodes a week from this point forward, which is weird. Like, they've technically done it in the past, but they haven't done it in the last couple seasons. I think it hasn't been since, like, Championship Contenders 2, I think, since they've done that. So that means that the season's probably going to last, like, a week or 2 longer than I was expecting. So that's something that might be annoying for the schedule. We'll see. Yeah, I think it's going to be Sunday, Monday. I think a new show is taking over Australian Survivor's spot on Tuesday, is what I saw. Super fans have seen... I mean, like, I don't think... Like, the thing... Like, I think people that say that you shouldn't win the first HOH are, like... are using, like, old information. Where, like, I think it's very clear in the current meta that the first HOH is one that you want to win. Like, I feel like you don't see that... Like, with Big Brother 23, you didn't see many people talk about how they don't want to win the first HOH because it's a bad thing. Like, I think it's gotten to the point now where, like, I think it's kind of accepted that you do want to win the first HOH. Though we did get Teddy this season that talked about how it was a bad thing. But again, I think she was working off of old information. I mean, the first HOH has always been a good thing. I just think it's that, like, people misconstrued it. In it being a bad thing. Particularly because, like, there are, like, some situations where people play it poorly. Particularly like a Willy. Yeah, I mean, like, I think if you, like, run through the history of first HOHs, like, it's not as bad as, like, even what it was when, it was, like, a big stigma. I mean, like, Boogie, like, again, that's the first one is bad. But then again, you have Lisa, who, like, I mean, too fair, Lisa doesn't do a great job, but it's like, she doesn't do a terrible job either, and, like, she does obviously end up winning the season. And then you have, who was BB4? It was it Nathan? It was, right? But again, either way, he was doing pretty well, early on there. Dana won the first veto. I know that for sure. I think it was Nathan that won the first HOH, right? Because I think it was like him and Allison paired up. In that, like, where they had to kneel. One person had to kneel while the other person had to, can this not climb? But yeah, one person had to kneel while the other person, like, laid there. And, like, Nathan and Allison won. I mean, it's insane how much Bananas gets confessionals in general. If you pay attention, every season, Bananas makes a deep run. He is, like, pretty much top confessional guy, if not of the entire season, then, like, up until the point that he is eventually booted. Actually, wait, I'm gonna look at my chart, because, like, my chart's easier to, because I do color, like, who has the most confessionals on my chart. I'm trying to find it. But, like, I'm pretty sure Bananas, on most seasons that he's on, like, has the most confessionals at the time that he's booted. So yeah, like, obviously he has the most confessionals, Total Madness. World of the Worlds, he doesn't. But he does have 38 when the highest is 40 in Georgia, so he's very close. World of the Worlds 2, he has the most at the time he goes home, even though it's only 3 episodes in. Final Reckoning, he has the most until he's booted. He has the most until he's booted in Vendettas. Has the most in Dirty 30. And he doesn't in Invasion, but obviously he gets added in 5 episodes in, so it's like a weird circumstance. He has the most in Rivals 3. Has the most in Bloodlines until he gets booted. He has the most at the time that he gets booted the first time in Battle of the Exes 1. Though not the second time. But again, he was missing for 3 episodes. He actually does it in Free Agents, which is kind of surprising. It's actually a good chunk off, too. So that's kind of interesting. Actually, maybe that's the point then? Is it like Bloodlines is the point where his edit gets ridiculous every season? Where is he on? Yeah, like he's like 20 off of CT in Rivals too. He gets the most in Battle of the Exes, but again, he doesn't win that season. He's a bit off of Wes in Rivals 1. He actually does have the most in Cutthroat until his last episode. And then I think he has the most in the Island too, right? Yeah. But either way, it's it's just ridiculous how consistently he is the top confessional getter, despite the fact that most seasons Dirty 30 and I guess Final Reckoning's more redeemable, but Dirty 30 in particular comes to mind. Maybe Battle of the Bloodlines also are seasons that he's not really that important to the grand scheme of things. I guess Battle of the Bloodlines kind of. He does become a bit of an underdog figure. What am I doing? This is not what I'm supposed to be doing. Yeah, he just keeps on getting so much screen time now. That was ridiculous. He just stood there. Whatever. Jordan got more confessionals on Total Mass than Casey. That's surprising.
It's over.
Seems apt.
It's all.
I always forget that Jordan was on Total Madness. He got 56 confessionals in 8 episodes. That's pretty good, actually. Yeah, so he got 10 more confessionals than Casey throughout the entire season. And he only got, 8 less than Fessy, who made it to the end. Yeah, Jordan only made the halfway point.
Francesco?
But yeah, so gameplay-wise, this is about where I wanted to get to. So, I think we'll probably call it a night pretty soon. BB7, it's shocking how many unanimous votes there are. Particularly in the end game, right? I think it's BB... So, you have the Nokomis and Diane votes. I know there were a couple votes thrown here and there. Yeah. The thing about Big Brother is that, how dynamic the house is doesn't necessarily lead to, there being, split votes, necessarily. Because Big Brother is a game where you're much more incentivized to vote with the majority, even if, you're not, aligned with them. At the point that someone is going home.
When I was 6 years old, I fell into the Arno. I soon found myself drifting down.
So it's it's not really that surprising.
Certain my life was at an end. Instead, I woke to the sound of my mother weeping. At her side stood a stranger, soaking and smiling at me. My mother explained that he had saved me.
BB just made you want to have triple enemies.
And so began a long...
Or talking about, nominees? But anyway,
yours and mine.
Oh, I just realized, holy shit, I didn't realize I was, well over 4 hours at this point.
Apologize for. believe Jacopo de Pazzi played a part in their deaths. The attack on you as well. I need to find him.
That coward fled before we could arrest him.
Have you any leads?
Those are shocking to you. I always felt like BBAU was pretty blatant with the editing, if I remember right. In terms of where the votes were going. But again, I could just misremember it. But I feel like most episodes I knew who was going home.
And Bernardo Baroncelli.
Bene. I will go and see my uncle. He has men stationed in the countryside.
It's so weird. I'm looking at the vote chart now for BBAU 13. It's like, I forgot so many of these people existed. Like people like a Mitchell, and people like a Carlos, and a Christopher, Michael, Lillian, Renata. I mean,
then consider it a gift.
I still find that funny. The Alex, was it Alex? That was the sister, right, of Charlotte. That like they're sisters, and like Alex was a super fan, Charlotte wasn't. Yeah, Alex is the one that quits, like quits the game so that Charlotte can stay in the game. That's such a weird circumstance. Yeah. Ninja on World of Wars 2 is such a troll. Like Ninja is, I don't know, just Ninja in general is such a weird figure for the show. Where like I get the sense that production did not like Ninja. Because like from what I understand, she was like one of these like last second people for World of Wars 2. Like I don't think she was initially on the cast.
I've marked the Palazzo Medici on your map. In order to achieve 100%
when they brought her on the last second. And it's like I just feel like they just don't know really what to do with her, and like to be honest, she doesn't really fit the challenge that well. I would say though, in general, I would like to see more A&W people on the challenge. I do think it would be interesting. Like I was just thinking about, like even though obviously Drew Dreshel was like, ugh. But like I always wonder, like how would Drew Dreshel do on the challenge? Like that would be fascinating to me to watch Drew Dreshel on the challenge. Like would Drew Dreshel just dominate on the challenge? Like is that like what we're looking at? Or like I mean like he is small. So like I mean I would assume he like in terms of physical things like Hall Brawl and like that sort of stuff, he would probably have difficulty with like the bigger guys. But yeah, I mean like I do think like he would probably do well in most other challenges though. Particularly like all these like endurance based challenges, and like I feel like people from A&W would do well. Like I wonder like how like Jesse Graff, like particularly from like the women's side, I think like Jesse Graff, Jesse LeBrec. I think Jesse LeBrec in particular I think would do very well in the challenge. Then you got was it like I mean like Joe Moravsky doesn't fit the challenge, but I would like be interested in seeing like how he would do on it. Now I feel like there are some people that I would like to see on from A&W, but I just don't know if they're like actually going to cast from A&W that much. Especially considering like I don't think they look at Ninja too favorably as like a good person that they brought over. I still find it so weird though. It's so weird. Like of all the fucking people for A&W, they got fucking like Natalie Duran, who also is like, it's weird that like now we're just calling her Ninja when it's like she's just Natalie Duran on A&W. Like it's just weird that she's like now called Ninja Natalie for whatever reason. Which I mean I think that's mostly because obviously the differentiator from the other Natalie. What other Natalie was there? Negrati, right? Negrati was on World of Worlds. But still. I find this fun. You look up Natalie Duran on Google. It says then people also search for, it's Barclay Stockett, Jesse Graff, Kevin Bull, all A&W people, and then it's Tori Deal. Oh, I would love to see Megan Martin on A&W or on the challenge. I think that'd be great. And to be fair, she might do better on the challenge than she like typically does in AEW nowadays. Yeah, I think there's a lot of good people they can get. I'm trying to look up the last season of AEW to even remember who like the top competitors are nowadays. I mean, now there's like a lot of teenagers, which is just really weird. Let's see. I mean, this was a weird season. Like, really, a lot of like the big names did not do particularly well. So, I mean, you have like Sean Bryan, who I can't imagine on the challenge. Like, that would just be weird. Adam Rail, maybe. That could be maybe a good pick. He's kind of boring, though, in terms of a TV personality. I think that's kind of the issue with A&W, is that I don't think, like, there's a lot of A&W people who are, like, probably would do well in the challenge, but are probably not the most fascinating TV. Though I think there are, like, I mean, you have, like, someone like a Grant McCartney, who is very much in the Nally Duran standpoint. I think Grant McCartney could do well in the challenge, probably better than A&W. But he's a big guy. I mean, he's essentially like MJ in terms of body type. Yeah, like he's essentially like MJ. So it's like a younger MJ. Like I feel like that could do well in the modern challenge. I don't think he's really there for like. I don't think he's really going to get the social dynamics though. Or like I think like Natalie, I think he'll kind of be someone that isn't really willing to like do anything too cutthroat or anything. But yeah, I definitely think challenge wise and also personality wise, I think Grant McCartney would be a good fit. Imagine if challenge went down to 16. Yeah, like a whole bunch of 16-year-olds going on the challenge. How depressing would that be? I mean, how old is the age limit on A&W now? It's 15. Yeah, we can have 15-year-olds on fucking the challenge. How depressing! Like I really can't believe like we're probably gonna get 16-year-olds on Survivor. Which again, no offense to 16-year-olds, but I just don't feel like that's the direction the show should be going. I'm just looking through the list of A&W people. Maybe Flip Rodriguez. I think that would be a good person for A&W. But again, he's also like kind of on the smaller side of things, where I think like in terms of physical eliminations, he would probably not do the greatest. Do I think Ninja was giving her all on the team portion of World of Wars 2? I do, but I just don't think she's that good of a team player. Yeah, like I don't think she was like throwing things. I just think she wasn't like good at working with everyone else. Oh, who I think is winning Amazing Race next Wednesday? I think Raquel and Kayla. Like if you're making like forced to pick one, I think Raquel and Kayla. Though I think Kim and Penn definitely still have a decent chance there as well. I mean, there are now in AEW, now in Survivor, there are rules that you can't cuddle. Where post Dan in IOI, they make everyone sleep separately now. That's why if you pay attention on 41, I think there was a shot. Was it Uwa? Yeah, because it was the Brad scene where he sneaks away. Like you can see everyone is like sleeping separately because they changed the rules. Are Raquel and Kayla too obvious? I mean, it's like I don't think they care about too obvious necessarily on The Amazing Race. Because I mean, like Kelsey and Joey won, and like that was the most obvious thing ever from an Edgic standpoint. Oh, you mean like... I think people will still play hard. I mean, I don't know. I guess it matters who you're... Yeah, I mean, it all comes down to casting. I think you need to cast people that want it. I think that really is all that comes down to. Which, again, I think Survivor has done a good job at casting in recent seasons. So, yeah, I still don't think that will be an issue in terms of, like, who they're casting and, like, if these people are, like, willing to, like, blindside these teenagers and that sort of thing. But, I still don't think that's where the show should be going. But yeah. So yeah, I think we'll probably call it a night here. Should I actually start the mission? Because I just realized it's going to force me to like start in the middle of nowhere and go back here again at the next episode anyway. Just do that. Wait. I think here... Oh, you know what? Actually, no. Let's watch the opening cutscene. I guess we'll watch the opening cutscene and it'll be fun.
Is this why you pursued Francesco?
Not exactly.
Well, whatever your reasons, the city's safe again thanks to you. Now tell me, how may I be of service?
Scared Rockstroy might try to target Wurtenberger. I haven't even thought about stuff like that, if I'm being honest. Like, I haven't looked at the 42 cast since I made the cast assessment. I forgot, like, who's on his tribe? I remember, I think Rockstroy's in a decent spot early on. If I remember right. Who's he with? I felt like I remember, like, him having a, like, solid other person. Drea. I think Drea and Rockstroy, or Rocksroy, whatever, are going to be a 2. And then, like, it matters, like, who's the third? Is it Swati? Is it, like, Tori? Is it Zach? Again, to me, Romeo kind of feels like out of place. Really on the entire cast, but even then on the tribe. I could see Tori being targeted as like a Parvati 2.0 sort of thing. You know what? Fuck it. Alright, let's do this too, I guess. Because I have to go back to Montergioni, right? That's what I'm doing, right? Yeah, because I have to... Yeah. Let's just flash all the Montergioni and that'll be a better spot to end. Yeah, like, I think Rocksroy, goddammit, will be good early on, though. Why did I use the picture of their face? Because that's what they used on the CBS website. I hate that they zoomed it in so close, but that's the images that I just typically use, is on the CBS website, on their cast page. They have all of the cast photos for every season of Survivor, all cropped. I mean, like, all, like, sized in the exact same way. But for some reason, for 42, they cropped it so much closer to their face. And it really disturbs me. But it's, like, the same image, like, the same source that I've gotten all the other images for. So, like, it feels weird to, like, not for 40, just for 42. So I decided to still use them. But, again, it does weird me out, like, how zoomed in they are. I do wish they cropped them differently. Is it weird that Amazing Race 13 and Survivor Gabon aired the same year? Not really. I don't feel like that's something that feels weird to me. What is a weird one? I feel like Challenge, there's like weird ones. Like, I don't know, like, what's a weird one with the Challenge? Like, what was on during Cagayan? That's something that was weird to me. That Battle of the Bloodlines was like 4 years after Blood versus Water. Like, that's a weird one to me. That was like years later, like that. Yeah, I think Cagayan and like Rivals 2 were at the same time or something like that. Like, that's a weird one. Or was it like Free Agents? It's like one of those sort of seasons. I guess I have the list here, challenge seasons. Yeah, Free Agents and Cagayan were on at the same time. Like, that's insane to me. I guess Battle of the Bloodlines was actually only 2.5 years, I think, later. No, only 2 years later. So I guess it actually wasn't as big of a gap. Yeah, I think another weird one's like David vs. Goliath was like during the Dirty 30 trilogy. Like, that's a weird thing to me. Wait, if even... Yeah, it was, right? Yeah, it was during Final Reckoning. David vs. Goliath and Final Reckoning were at the same time. So, yeah, that's kind of insane. Invasion was February 2017. So, yeah, that was Game Changers. Right? Because 2020 was Winners at War. 2019 was 36, or 38, 36. Yeah, so 34 was Invasion. So, it was Game Changers. It is weird how, like, I mean, it's easy to keep track of Survivor because, like, obviously it's spring and then fall of every year up until Survivor 40, with the exception of, obviously, Borneo because that was in the summer. But, like, with the challenge, there's fucking all over the place. But, yeah. So, yeah, we will be back on Sunday, probably, where we will continue on this. By then, we'll have the merge episode of Australian Survivor. I guess, no Celebrity Big Brother anymore. So, is there anything else? I guess we'll just be in the preseason for Big Brother Canada. I guess really it'll just be Australian Survivor until then, right? I guess we'll probably maybe get some post-game press for Celebrity Big Brother, maybe. We'll see. Yeah, I mean, videos will come out in between then. Again, tomorrow will be Australian Survivor. Saturday will hopefully be BB Can 10 cast assessment. So those will come out, and yeah, that's it. So yeah, thank you guys for watching. See you guys next time.